Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan, bringing you the Tottenham fan phone-in show. Can we make top four? Come on and share your thoughts on that. Come on and share your thoughts on the Brentford victory and the Norwich victory, and also Rennes coming up on Thursday. Share your thoughts on that and everything else where this show might take us. Everything. Make sure it's Tottenham related. This is your show. If you do want to come on and have your say, simply click the link in the community section and come on and have your say. So, yeah, we're joined by co-host Jack Kanicki. Jack, my internet and all, is it 100% improved now?
I guess we'll find out, Dave. It's sounding loud and clear. It sounded really good at the moment. I will say, though, you timed your run, to get back into this stream, better than Richarlison has, against Arsenal today. Really, you've timed it quite well. Came in right in the nick of time. Absolutely beautiful run. Absolutely beautiful timing. But it's good to, as always, to be able to kind of reconnect with, all of the Harris Army. I love to see what they have to say. It's kind of nice to vibe out with them. Maybe we'll get their man of the matches. Maybe we'll get their thoughts on the game, potentially, even talk about players like Skippy, Ben Davies. Who knows what they want to talk about? It's their time. It's your time, Harris Army, to talk about what you want to talk about. Please hit that community section link. It is in your community section, everybody. We already have some people now piling in. I do have the running order at the moment. But everybody, if you would like to become a member, feel free to grab that membership, because then you can come and talk with David and I and maybe talk whatever's, kind of been bogging you, whatever's on your mind at this moment in time. But feel free, everybody, to join us. It's going to be absolute vibes tonight. It is the fan show.
No, it definitely is. It's going to be absolutely vibes. It's our favorite time of the week. We love speaking to all you guys out there. First of all, before we do welcome in so many of our loyal followers, I want to say a massive thank you to all you guys out there for helping us smash that 5K target. Absolutely smashed it. I want to say a massive thank you to you all. I really, really do appreciate it. I want to apologize to the guests that usually come in early. Look, things running behind, internet troubles. I'm sorry I didn't get in early to speak to some of you. But look, at the end of the day, we're here now. And a massive, massive thank you for the push to 5K. I mean, this channel is nothing without you guys. Jack, do you want to say anything to them?
No, it's like I said before, and I think I said it in a tweet before. I really am deeply, deeply, deeply touched by how much I've been welcomed into this Harris Army. It is like a family of mine. It's practically my first family, because I barely even see my own family nowadays. So it really is the family that I see every day at this rate. I really am really touched by how much I've been welcomed, how much I've been loved, how much I've been supported. It really does go a long way. It feels like I just saw Everton have finally equalized, and third time's the charm for Richarlison. Third time's the charm for Richarlison. Please don't be offsides this time. I didn't see the goal, but I'm seeing the celebrations. But to go back to it, everybody, thank you so much for helping us hit that 5K. Thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you so much for supporting me as well, on my own journey. And also thank you very much, David, for obviously taking me under your wing. But it really has been absolutely spectacular every day. I kind of am, thanking the Lord, just thanking all of the blessings that I've had, and just being able to be welcomed to this beautiful family.
No, 100%. And look, hopefully we get so much more. You're back tomorrow at 8 p.m. as well. We'll be sitting down, chatting, and spending an evening with Spurs legend Mickey Hazard. So make sure you do tune in for that. But let's see what guests we have with us tonight. We have Tottenham Tantrum Gold, ladies and gentlemen, live from Irish Hotspur Towers, live from Kildare, Ireland, introducing David Hoddle, the Irish Hotspur, and live from Brooklyn, New York, he is Jack Waddle, Statsman Kanicki. I mean, Jack, we just don't deserve to be compared to Hoddle and Waddle.
Maybe I don't know. We probably need clones. Probably need 4 or 5 of us to be able to make a whole Hoddle, let alone a Waddle, Dave. So I don't know. It's way too kind. It's way too kind, Dermot. But I really appreciate you, brother, and also everybody. Like always, please check out Tottenham Tantrum Gold. He's doing great things over there, doing beautiful watch-alongs to kind of reminisce over the glory days. Give you a bit of that history lesson as well, which I certainly need at multiple moments as well, especially to you younger fans out there. Please check out Tottenham Tantrum Gold.
No, absolute legends. And we will go back to welcoming people in, but I just want to bring this up, and it's absolutely too kind of a gesture for Sean Butler. I mean, man, really, really appreciate it. I mean, absolutely appreciate it. It's way too big. I mean, a massive, massive thank you. And he says, you guys take the 90 minutes into a 5-hour wraparound. Love what you do. No, Sean, my man. Look,
wow.
We'll sit here for as long as Spurs fans need the therapy. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I love meeting people. I love talking to Spurs fans, and I love debating Tottenham. I mean, it's only my passion. It's my only passion in life. I'm a bit of a loser in that respect. But this is the guy. We had a huge Levy debate on We Are Tottenham TV. I mean, he really put me hot under the collar. You know, he was pressing me, and I absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it, I have to say. You know, it was nice to be given. It was a bit like Tom and Jerry. He'd be chasing me around and I'd be chasing him around. It was really good. I absolutely loved life, and he does pop onto the pre-match pump-ups as well, and he always brings some good energy with him as well. I'd say he's a great night out anyway, that's for sure. And look, Shawnee, no, he's in the chat. He's in, but yeah, absolutely brilliant. So we'll be having him on as well to have a chat with him. I love him. He's absolutely a top man. Jack, what do you want to say to Sean? I know we'll be speaking to him soon, but
this will be the first time I'll be able to speak to him, so I'm really looking forward to it. But Sean, like seriously, I didn't even see this in the comments. You know, I kind of was watching this Everton game, and now I just seen this. That is way too generous, my man. Really do appreciate it. Like seriously, absolutely insane. This man is absolutely balling with this one, Dave, and I really do appreciate it, brother. Also, thank you for coming on as well, you know, to, you know, put a name to such a, or put a face to such a generous name as well. Like, seriously, I mean, Sean, really do appreciate it. You know, we do kind of go as long as we need to. It can be a 5-hour wraparound at times, it can be 6 hours, you know, whatever it takes, you know, to keep the Harris Army satisfied, to keep you guys satisfied. I actually kind of look forward to it. A lot of times, you know, it can be, you know, a bit kind of grueling, you know, going through so much, but you sometimes, you know, get to talk to all the regulars, talk to your family more or less about Spurs. And so sometimes I will say at least the first 3 to 4 hours sometimes, you know, really blows by. The moment you reach that, probably that 5-hour mark, yeah, you start to kind of feel it in your legs, start to feel it in your ass and things like that. But certainly I will say, Sean, it's what we do for you guys, because it's the least you guys deserve. This is your soap opera box. This is your box to be able to just get everything that you want out of you. And really, Sean, again, like seriously, way too generous, my man. Really do appreciate you. And I'm looking forward to talking to you, my man. Looking forward to talking to you.
Wait until you see the chair this guy has. I mean, I'm so jealous. I mean, I absolutely love it. Wait until you see it. He has the cockler on the back and everything. It's pure class. And Brad Matthews and him would definitely be a good vibe together. Both of them have loads of guitars as well, so they can play some music. When we're finished here, my man, I will send you the link to come into our group chat. It's a very good family we have there, and you'll definitely enjoy it. It's a good outlet as well if you're stressed about Tottenham. I mean, it's a good outlet.
Way too kind, though, Sean. Way too kind.
What I will say is
up,
definitely put to good use. It's a massive help to what we do here. So thank you very much, my man, and looking forward to speaking to you. James Watson says, big up David and Jack. Big up the chat. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, James. I hope you're keeping well, my man. Also, big up, lads and ladies. Kane will start scoring again after the years he has carried Spurs. We owe him some time. Hashtag Team Kane. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Spurs. I couldn't agree more with that, old soul. And old soul, thank you. And again, to your niece for the images as well. Absolutely brilliant. I really love them. They're great images for the channel. So massive thank you to the pair of you. And thank you for the Christmas gift also. It's really appreciated. Sanuska Ramchunder says, evening all, looking forward to the stream and listening to all of you lovely people. Had a bit of a rubbish day. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris.
Sanuska, I'm sorry.
Army. What I will say, Sanuska, is just stay tuned. I mean, so many people cheer you up. We have a hell of a lot of characters that come on here. So, I mean, there's more than enough to cheer you up, of course. But Sanuska, I hope everything is okay with you.
Get your therapy here, Sanuska. Yeah. Get your therapy. It's the best free therapy you can find. You know, it's also as well, you know, if you want to come on Sanuska at any stage, you can get your therapy that way as well. But really, Sanuska, hopefully you can find a bit of solace, at least make your day a bit better over here. Really, hopefully you're keeping at least a bit better now.
Big up, Sanuska. Paro Miguel Escobardo all the way from Lagos. Good evening, fam. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Paro. Hope you're keeping well, my man. We have Catman Jess in the building. Harris Army heart. Absolutely love it. Big up, Catman Jess. I hope you're keeping well. We have Kane the Long Shot. Big up, everybody. Always a pleasure. Big up, Kane the Long Shot. It's good to see you, my man.
Always a pleasure to see you.
It is. Elias is in the house. He says, big up, lads. Come on, you Spurs. Congrats with 5K, David. Well-deserved legend. And Jacko as well, my man. And Jacko.
Big up, Elias.
Really appreciate it, Elias. We have David in the house. Big up, David. He says, hi, lads. Great team win yesterday. Everyone starting to chip in. Let's get that win Thursday and qualify. Congrats on 5K too. Now, look, a great win yesterday, my man. A good team performance. And look, let's keep it rolling over into Thursday night, my man. Big yourself up, Dave. Really
Big up,
appreciate
David.
your
Legend.
support. Brad Matthews, good evening, Brad. I hope you're keeping well, my man. And again, appreciate you tuning in and all your support, Brad. Same as Anthony Gray. Yes, top 4 is realistic with Conte, especially if he gets to add to the squad in the transfer window. Top 3 probably out of reach till a good summer transfer window for next season, but top 4 for now. Could not agree more with you there, Anthony. Very level-headed. We have Faz Radfar, big up, great feelings about the club. Now thanks to Conte. No, 100%, my man. Absolutely loving it. Absolutely loving it, Fazzy. Kuva 99, 5K. Yesterday's news. The push is on for 6K now. Conte Express. No, it's 10K, Kuva. Come on, you're not being optimistic enough, my man. You're not being optimistic enough. It's 10K. Big up, Kuva. He's so funny. Derek Hutchinson, big up, David and Jack, top 4. Not on with current squad signings needed in January. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Derek. I hope you're keeping well as well, my man. ATX7 Gaming, it's good to see you in. Big up, David and Jack. We need to carry on this momentum. Come on, you Spurs. Could not agree more. We have King Hoddle. Good evening to the County of Kildare and the Brooklyn Brain. Come on, you Spurs. In Don Conte, we trust. That we do, my man. Big up, King Hoddle. Leon is in the house. Evening, lads. Big up, Leon. Ian Harper as well. Everton won, Arsenal won. That's what we love to see. That's what we love to see. Seeing them scum get, the losing points. That's absolutely terrific. Ben Kaufman's in the house from the coffee shop. Big up, Benji boy. We have Jack Mulkerrin. Arsenal in the mud. 3-1. Come on, I hope so. George, big up David and Jack and chat. Big up, Georgie. I hope you're keeping well. Truth sets your freeze in the building. Absolutely love you, Truth. How are you keeping, my man? Who else have we got here? We've got Craig Bowler. Big up, Jack and David. Big up, Craig. I hope you're keeping well. Yeah, Jack put a great stream out there on that guy this morning. Make sure you do get over and check it out on flatcapeurotalk, guys.
Paul Markey's comment was funny.
Huh?
I made a realization that basically Chouameni is like the same player as Papa Matasar, and then Paul Markey said that, and I was like, yeah, I realized that midstream. But big up Paul Markey, also big up Catman Jess. Sorry, Dave, a bit of a distraction, but too much flack up, dog.
Big up Mark Cousins. I hope you're keeping well. Big up Emily Dunn. Saurav Patak is in the house. He says, so happy to see Everton score. They deserve it. Absolutely delighted, my man. We have William Kelly. I loved Mickey Hazard. What a legend. Well, my man, tune in tomorrow. You're going to really enjoy it. I mean, I think me and Jack has got some great questions lined up for the guy. And let's see what answers he gives us. I mean, Spurs legend, like we said, absolutely honored to have him in the house. And yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to it. I know he is as well. And I know Jack is. So make sure you tune in. It's going to be a very good stream. It's going to be a very good stream, William. Kuva 99, a 5-hour wraparound sounds like Galini's career. Spitting bars, Galini. I love him. I love Galini.
Big up, Kuva. And also William Kelly will be preparing all the good questions also as well for the likes of for Mickey Hazard as well. So don't, it'll be kind of the most professional interview you've seen of the guy, but just going to reminisce over his glory years, going to go through his whole career. Hopefully you enjoy it, my man.
No, hopefully. Paul Markey is in the house. Unfortunately, we are still a long way off top 4. Just think what a better team we would have done with the chances Norwich had improving, but a long way to go. No, I fully agree with you, but I would also say just think back to where we were a couple of weeks ago. I mean, where we couldn't buy a goal. So, I mean, look, there is improvements, and let's just hopefully we can keep improving, Paul Markey. I do get what you're saying, though. Big up, go get it. I hope you're keeping well. It's good to see you in. William Kelly says Kane to be sold in January to fund Conte's pursuit of players. Yeah. Look, definitely not. Definitely not. I know you're trying to trigger me, William, so I'm not going to bite on that. But Jack, maybe quickly, would you sell Kane to fund players in January?
I think William Kelly was doing this before, Dave. He was trying to, kind of push us over the edge, and he was probably actually succeeding in it. If I remember last time, he was actually, getting us a bit riled up. To be honest, what price do you really sell Kane for? Like, if it's not the 120 to 150 million mark, I feel like it's not really worth it, considering what he still is providing without any goals. How many strikers can do what he's been doing without any goal production? I would say Dusan Vlahovic every single week, though, has been looking like the real deal. But the problem is that we need to still get, that second striker, that striker to compete with Kane. So if you were to sell Kane, you then end up still needing to get another striker through the door, so
Yeah.
you kind of still would have the same problem that you did before. I don't want to sell Kane personally. I think it's a bit kind of crazy. Probably maybe consider it if he wants to still leave in the summer. I think you could probably do it, but yeah, I don't know. I think this January, just too big of a hole, too big of boots to fill. And also, I mean, considering how much he's done for this club, it just feels a bit, raw. It feels a bit, too harsh to be able to do it that way, in my belief.
Now, there you are, William. Big yourself up, William. Really appreciate the support, my man. We have a few more to get through, and then we will start bringing on the guests.
Maybe I'm way behind, though. Arsenal update. And maybe I'm way behind on this match, but I did just see Damari Gray just score against Arsenal as well. Yeah. So, and he's also on my fantasy team as well. So big up to Damari Gray.
Tottenham Tantrum Gold says, without David and Jack, Monday night would be quite quiet and dull. You both have been an inspiration to all of us. You are both legends. See you both next week. Dermot, my man, you're the legend. Everybody do get over and check out Tottenham Tantrum Gold. Doing some great stuff over there, doing reruns of all the great games down the years. Today, I had the privilege of sitting there watching the great Jurgen again. Jurgen Klinsmann. I was absolutely loving life. So do get over and check out that channel. Of course, he's got two great people involved with him in Kuva99 and Phil Lettis as well. So do get over there and check it out. Dermot, I really appreciate the kind words, my man. I really do appreciate them. Jack, anything you want to say to Dermot?
No, really, Dermot, like always, you really have been an absolute OG of this family. You've been an absolute OG of this army. Really appreciate you also continuing to show us the support in the way that you have. Really also, it's quite inspiring, I would say, everybody, to see what he's already done with his own channel. It just shows you, everybody, you come on the show, come on the fan show, you will be inspired, and also you will be invited on plenty of other channels. You'll get on other channels to come on shows. You'll be on our own panel shows and everything. So if you really want to join this Harris Army, feel free to grab that membership. Feel free to come on via the community section, and I promise you'll never look back. It's the best ever therapy you can receive, and who knows, you might be able to speak a whole lot more with Spurs, because you'll be surprised at maybe what you got bottled up in there. And that especially comes to Dermot. The guy's got a huge comedic brain. I would say we almost have three comedians in the Harris Army. We got Kuva, we got Chris, and then also, as well as Dermot, we also got Ben Kaufman, who's also shown to be an absolute comedian as well. I mean, seriously, I would say, everybody, follow in Dermot's footsteps, and you will probably never look back. The guy, though, has been an absolute OG. He's an absolute goat of the Harris Army. Big yourself up, Dermot.
No, big up, Dermot. I hope you're keeping well, my man. And he's also a new YouTube member. Big up, Dermot. Big up, Dermot. It seems like every week this comes up. I absolutely love it. Big up, Dermot. Truth Sets You Free says, Vorsanuska, the sun is always shining behind the clouds. Keep smiling. Everything's going to be all right, like a legendary Spurs fan once said. Bob Marley. Absolute great words there about the sun is shining behind the clouds. Absolutely fantastic, Truth Sets You Free. And definitely a good quote that Sanuska can definitely think upon, and absolutely love it. Truth Sets You Free.
I believe he even used Zanuska's own words at one point, which she told me. She said everything happens for a reason as well. Maybe this shitty day, she said that to me, because I was kind of, I think, David, we were watching that Mönchengladbach Dortmund game, and we were kind of talking about, what the pandemic did to us and everything like that. And she said, maybe everything happens for a reason. So Zanuska, use your own words, for you right here, Zanuska. Maybe everything happens for a reason, but I don't want to trivialize maybe what's, kind of gone for you today. But definitely listen to True Sets Free here. True Sets Free, pick yourself up. But Zanuska, listen to another philosopher of the Harris Army. True Sets Free.
No, big up. Truth Sets You Free. Kuva99 nearly had him again for a second, William. He did Kuva until I stopped and paused and thought about it. He did nearly get me, because honestly, I was in such a rush before the stream trying to sort this computer out and stuff like that he nearly caught me. Nearly did. But yeah, I managed to hold myself back. Big up, Kuva. Kane the Long Shot says, what's all this top four? Back Conte in January and we are in for the league. Come on, you Spurs. Treble this season. Oh, absolutely love the positivity, Kane the Long Shot. Absolutely love it. You're 100% right. Forget top four. Let's go for the league. What I will say is, if we do get top four this season, I'm getting to the bookies and I'm putting on Tottenham to win the league next season. I'm dead serious. Under Antonio Conte, anything is possible. Absolutely anything. But look, let's get this season out the way first. Let's get the top four, and then let's move on. But Kane the Long Shot, I'm absolutely loving the positivity, my man.
No, the quadruple is on, like Kuva originally said, Kane. The quadruple is on, my man. If not, I think what we discussed on Stats with Jack as well, I think the pentuple is on as well. You know, we're going to win the Ryder's Cup. We're going to win America's Cup Winners' Cup. We're going to win American Idol. You know, we're going to win every cup there is imaginable, my man. Big yourself up, Kane, the long shot. Really appreciate the support as well. Really appreciate support for me as well. Big up, Kane.
Big up, Kane, the long shot. Good to see you and Adam Phillips. Zanuska Ramshunda, the Harris Army and Flat Cap Army are too kind. Alongside you guys, Jack and David, incredibly lucky to have such a family. No, look, I'm incredibly lucky to have, all you guys, I absolutely love every single one of you. And we're building up a very nice community here. We're all here for each other. We all love Tottenham. So, look, hopefully we can keep building this community, Jacko.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, Zanuska, you're taking the words out of my mouth. It's been a family to me. I feel like it's been a family to you, but seriously, like it is probably the most heartwarming chat. It feels like any single time you walk into the chat, you're just kind of greeted by all these well wishes. You have people kind of bigging up each other in the chat. We've had great moments of, kind of talking about things, really kind of hilarious in the chat to things that are much maybe deeper, maybe a bit more serious as well. Everything from mental health to you maybe ripping on Harry Winks. This chat is seriously the best that there is. And, as a news guy, I know that you probably have found, a home in this chat. I know that you found a family in this army. And I just want to big yourself up, Zanuska. I really do appreciate you and appreciate all the support you've shown us. Appreciate just all the love that you've shown us and also maybe all the love that you've received from the family of the Harris Army. But it is a family, Zanuska, like you said.
Big up, Zanuska. Really appreciate the support as well. Let's name check a few others and then let's start getting on the guests. We have Jason Bell in the house. Big yourself up. Trixie, we have in the house as well. We also have Daniel Field, Ian Ferguson. It's good to see you guys. We have Martin Wild as well. It's good to see you. We have the Gaming Apple in the house as well. Oh, my mouse has gone mad there. We have Gaming Apple in the house. Big yourself up. We also have Dara, the regular as well. Everyone, big yourselves up. Big yourselves up. And then we have Daniel Herring as well. Hope you're keeping well. And then we have a super chat from Paul Markey. Zippy do, Everton win 2-1. Absolutely loving it, my man. Absolutely loving it. Come on, Everton. It means we stay above the scum as well. Absolutely loving life, Paul. Absolutely loving life. But look, Jack, let's start bringing on the guests, my man. Who have we got up first?
We got Mr. Philip Brady up first, David. Looking forward to this one. We're bringing on the godfather of the Harris Army for this one. Philip, it's good to have you for this. Hopefully you're keeping well, my man. How are we doing?
Yeah, buzzing. Yeah, great trip yesterday. Great win.
That's right.
Found the hat. Right. Found the hat again. That's what we've been missing for a few weeks. So,
nice.
Yeah, all in all, and just seeing Arsenal getting beat just made it a very good weekend. The only drawback was West Ham winning, but sure, they're in irrelevance anyway, and they'll go back to the usual mid-table position in due course. So yeah, good stuff.
No, the world's rotating normally again.
No better place to start than yesterday's game, Philip. So I mean, look, how was the trip, and what do you think of the game?
Yeah, the trip was fine. I mean, I was lucky enough. I got the train to White Hart Lane Station, which meant there was no long walk from Seven Sisters up to the ground. Mind you, I was surprised. I was there before 12 o'clock, 11:30, 12:15. The amount of people that was there early, 2 hours before the kickoff. It was amazing, And then Graham Roberts was doing his Q&A in the shop, and he was absolutely brilliant. He really was. He was asked what was his favourite moment playing for Spurs, and his answer was putting Charlie Nicholas into row Z at White Hart Lane.
I got it. You got the man.
Well, it was great, and it was very good. I mean, he bleeds Spurs. Really, he is so into the club. It is unbelievable, Mm-hmm. And it was great too. I was listening to the questions, and next thing, this lady asked a question about. I forget what the question was, but I said that voice sounds familiar. And then when she said, "Oh, my husband's a QPR fan," it was Ellie. So I went over and met her and met Phil Latiz as well, who was there as well. So it was great to meet the two of them, put faces on the names,
Beautiful.
So, yeah, it was great. And then before the game, we went across to the Enoch protest across from the club shop and met Graham there, who is a great guy. He puts his heart and soul into it. He really does. I mean, I won't share what he told us, but some of the stuff he was telling us would make your hair stand on end. What's going on in Enoch? But that's for another day,
Yeah.
But the match, I mean, I had a great seat, actually. I was up in the north stand, quite high up, literally dead looking straight down on Lucas Moura when he scored that stunner of a goal.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. What a view. It was just, if the ball had carried on, it would have hit me. That was how the angle it was at. It was just brilliant. It brought the house down. It was tremendous. It really was. Little bit concerned. Okay, maybe I'm nitpicking here. I think we gave Norwich a bit too much respect. We should have, gone after them a little bit more and not give them so much possession. But their possession was so far back in their half, it wasn't really hurting us, really. So from that point of view, we kept them out. There was a good shield in front of the defence, and we kept them out. And it was very good performance all round. All the players, I think Oliver Skip stood out for me now. I mean, some of his running off the ball, and there was one tackle when he kind of slid in, got the ball, and took it off and passed it off. Well, didn't know what hit him. He was just still there.
Yeah, we celebrated that tackle like a goal.
Yeah. He did. Yeah. And then I think the only player that maybe feels a little bit disappointed with yesterday is Yaphet Tanganga. I don't think he's cut out to be a wing back. Really, he's more a centre back. And there was no surprise when Matt Doherty came on. And fair dues to Matt Doherty, he did what he had to do, and he was indirectly involved in the goal. Okay, if his cross had been a bit better, someone else might have scored the third goal. But he was a sort of a secondary helper there, and. Of course, Harry tried. I mean, the guy is just, I think he's trying too hard to score. He's literally, it'll come. But when it does, I think he would have brought the roof off if that chip had gone in, when he just chipped it wide in the first half there, But no, very good. And I think, we are definitely back in the hunt for the top four now. Absolutely. With the spirit that's been shown in that team now. So,
Yeah. And just quickly, Joe Grimes says, congrats on 5K, lads. I haven't had time to come on recently because of college and work, but I'll definitely be on before Christmas. Come on, you Spurs. No, look, Joe, what I will say is, my man, look, make sure you get your results and your education. I mean, it's so much more important than coming on here and ranting about Tottenham, my man. So make sure you do. You keep doing the college work and your work and that, my man. And look, just make sure you do come back in and see us before Christmas, Joe. I miss you, Joe.
Yeah.
I really appreciate the support, my man. And look, ever since I started doing these fan shows, you've always been here, my man. So
he's a goat.
I really appreciate the support.
No, he's an absolute goat, like Dermot is. Seriously, he's been there from the beginning. Joe has. So big yourself up, Joe. And like David said, focus on the education. And then once maybe the holidays start rolling around, take a bit of a load off and join us for the Harris Army. Join us for the fan show.
Yeah, 100%. Philip, top four. Do you reckon we can make top four based on signing a couple of players in January, or with the squad we have now, do you think Conte could still make a stab for top four without any investment?
I think, okay, there's talk today. This is going to be the biggest January window in Spurs history. Now, as you probably have heard me say, I'm skeptical of whether that can happen, not whether it will happen, if it can happen logistically with the players that are going to be available. If it does happen, if we can pull off a real rabbit out of a hat job and get in a couple of class additions to that squad, definitely top four. And like you said earlier, David, if we get top four this season, I'll be down the bookies with you for next season.
Yeah.
Because really, Conte is not going to set. He gets top four, it'll be one of the biggest achievements of his career, and he's not going to stop there. He's going to carry on until he brings some silverware to Tottenham. Now, we can still get silverware this year. There's every chance we will get it.
Yeah.
But I think we'll be going for the big prize next year. And what a year to be a Spurs fan. New players in, squad freshened up, a manager of Conte's stature in charge. Sky is the limit, boy. Really is.
Yeah. No, it definitely is. It definitely is. And look, Philip, one thing I asked it in the preview of the show the other day, but I do want to get your thoughts on it, is, do you reckon that this new goalkeeper coach, he's come in and he's identified Hugo Lloris's weakness, which was maybe commanding his area from set pieces, and that since he's come in and Hugo Lloris has started commanding his area from corner kicks and free kicks coming in, and he's coming out and punching them, that, we're not put under as much pressure, because I would have said that would have been one of our huge weaknesses. I mean, we haven't conceded from a set piece since Hugo Lloris has started doing this. And do you think, we've seen today that Hugo Lloris is in contacts with the club? We know it wasn't that case before Conte came in, that Hugo Lloris will now sign a contract because Conte's here.
There's the two things that I'd say interwoven there. The new goalkeeping coach, I was watching Hugo yesterday. He was alert. He was out of his box a couple of times to clear the danger. And then once when Ben Davies gave him a woefully short back pass in the second half, The old Hugo Lloris probably wouldn't have got there. The new one did. The goalkeeping coach is obviously having an influence on him. Conte definitely having an influence, and it's no coincidence that he's now allegedly discussing a new contract. So I would say, like, we've been very worried about the goalkeeping situation in July or whenever. I would, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would. Well, I might make an exception next year. That Hugo will stay. Hugo will sign a new contract. Okay, he might only sign for 18 months or a year or whatever, but it'll get us over the hump. And it would also be great to see him lift the league title as well as the World Cup, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, that definitely would. That definitely would. I mean, what I'd do to just see Tottenham win a Premier League, I mean, honestly, I'd probably give my right and left hand for it, to be honest with you, Philip.
Yeah, absolutely.
But look, we have Thursday coming up. I mean, we need to win. We need to score a few goals as well. Do you go with Harry Kane or do you go with Bergwijn? I mean, the reason why I said Bergwijn is because Conte reckons he can turn him into a striker.
I watched Bergwijn when he came on, and there's a few comments up near where I'm sitting saying that guy's carrying too much weight. He looks a bit top heavy. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's taken up Ndombele's McDonald's orders or something. I don't know. But I don't know. I'd love to see Harry stay or play on Thursday. I think we'll have to start with him.
Yeah.
Because Rennes are no joke. I mean, I saw somebody complaining on Twitter early today that somebody put up, actually, we're playing another bunch of farmers on Thursday. Rennes are no farmers.
They're second in the league right now.
I know they're miles behind PSG, but they're second in the French league. So they are no dozers. The fact that they've already qualified might temper their thinking a wee bit in team selection. So we may end up playing not their strongest team. Who knows, you know? But we need to win. We need to start Harry Kane. When we're 3-0 up, take him off and bring on Scarlett. I'd love to see Scarlett get a go with this, really.
Yeah.
I think he is an out-and-out striker. Bergwijn isn't. So I'm not quite sure where Conte's getting that from, if he said it at all, you know? I don't know.
No, he did say it. No, he did say it. It's official quotes from Conte.
Okay.
Look, there's been a COVID outbreak in the squad. Obviously, we didn't see some players at the weekend who weren't on the bench and stuff like that. I mean, it always just whenever we do well, life always gets in the way when it comes to Tottenham, Philip.
Yeah, I know. I think that's probably where Hill and Emerson were yesterday. And I think Ryan Mason's name was mentioned as well, wasn't it? Somewhere along the line. As long as they keep them isolated and that none of the rest of the squad test positive. Because we don't want a situation like Lasagna Gate against West Ham that we're going into Thursday's match, which we need to win with half the team sidelined on COVID. Because we'll not get a postponement, that's for sure. You can be sure if there's one fit player left in Tottenham, UEFA will make Spurs play that game. You know?
No, of course they will, 100%. And come here, what do you also think of the FA Cup tie? It's been generous to us.
Well, yeah, but it's been good actually to get the team like Morecambe, you know. I was just wondering which non-league team Chelsea would get, and of course they got the non-league team, Chesterfield or wherever, or Macclesfield, or whatever it is. You know, yeah, I mean, let's face it, we got a good draw last year against Marine away. This time we're at home. Be a great day out for the guys from Morecambe, you know. So, you know, it's good. It's good to get a home draw. Like I was feared we get drawn away to Man City or something like that. You know, we just our luck. But no, good draw. Like we can still win 3 trophies this season. Let's face it. You know, not saying we will, but we can.
Nah, look, we definitely will. There's 2 of them definitely up for grabs, that's for sure. Jack, anything you want to ask Philip, my man? Sorry, I'm hugging all the questions.
No, you're all right, Dave. I still got plenty more. You know, Philip, you know, what have you made of maybe Ben Davies, I might argue, in the last 2 matches being probably the best of our back 3? I mean, could you ever have seen it? You know, Ben Davies potentially being kind of rejuvenated under Antonio Conte. What did you make of him?
I think he's a clone. He's been someone's had a plastic surgery and he's passing himself off as Ben Davies, because that's not the same guy that was at the club 3 months ago.
No, it wasn't.
Honestly, God, I watched him again yesterday. He was imperious. He didn't put apart from a dodgy back pass to Hugo, he didn't put a foot wrong. You could say he nearly had an assist on 2 goals. You know, the Son was the first goal. Sorry, he was himself and Eric Dyer could not fault them at all. And I noticed one case. There was one time early on in the match when Tanganga did. I forget what he did, but he didn't. He did. He was on the wrong side or got caught out. Eric Dyer was giving him an absolute bollocking. So he was really going at him, and Tanganga was firing back at him, And then you had the situation at the other end when Sanchez scored. The look he gave Eric Dyer. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It was sort of so what now I'm a good player. Didn't I do something for the club? I've never seen a player celebrate by scowling at his teammates.
Honestly, I thought he was ready to choke slam him.
I thought he was going to hit somebody, But no, but even Sanchez had a reasonably good game yesterday. He was caught out a couple of times, But I think they kept Pookie very quiet.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a danger man, I have to, although I suppose we have to be thankful that Adam Ida, the Irish striker, lost his compass. When he should have really scored, he didn't. But no, I must say, I was, we're only going to get better as each match goes on. You can see that the improvement each game comes. So by the time we get West Ham, which is on my birthday, and they dare not let me down on my birthday. If they do that, I'll never forgive them. By the time we get West Ham, that team is going to be buzzing. Absolutely buzzing.
Love to see it. Love to see it. And what did you make of Ollie Skip's performance? Because everybody's kind of making him out to be actually the man of the match for that one, which I certainly don't disagree with. But how was he?
I totally agree. Oliver Skip was like a Duracell bunny yesterday. He never stopped running. I mean, he's marking up, he's chasing back, he's tracking back. The run he made in the first half, he ran 50 yards with the ball and nobody could get near him. And it's only, maybe he should have laid the ball off. He tried a shot which kind of rolled through to the goalkeeper. But I mean, if that goal had gone in, it would have put Moura's goal in in second place for goal of the match. I thought Oliver Skip was brilliant. And I said it before, I'll say it again. If he's not on the England squad by the end of this season, there's something wrong.
That was a great prediction you made originally. I will say you will own that one.
I also said Tanganga. That one's not going too well, but I think Oliver Skip will be in the thing, because he's just. I mean, for a young lad, I think I read somewhere today that he had the choice of going out on loan this season or staying and fighting for his place. Didn't he make the right decision? And we're glad he made that decision.
Yeah,
because he could be playing for a team like Norwich this season again.
Yeah.
So I'm delighted that he stayed.
Because I know Norwich wanted to take him back before they inquired for Billy Gilmore. They only got Billy Gilmore because we were keeping Skip. But a player I do want to ask you on, Philip, and I was on the phone to you earlier, and when I was speaking about him, you didn't sound so convinced about his performance. Is Pierre-Emile Højbjerg?
Yeah, look, I love Højbjerg. I think he's a great player for us. I just thought yesterday, I'm never going to say anybody carried him, but I just thought he wasn't the dominant central midfielder yesterday. Oliver Skip was. He was, and then when he got that injury late on, he was hobbling for the last 10 minutes. We used up our 3 subs, so that's the only reason I say he stayed on. He wasn't moving very freely at all. He played okay. I just felt his reaction time and his pass selection. Okay, his passing was good. He was very in the first half, especially, but maybe in the second half, maybe he picked the wrong option a couple of times, and it just wasn't his. He was all right. It just wasn't his best game. But I think the guy, he's played 50-something games this year. He must be worn out. He hasn't had a break, and we can't afford to give him one. That's unfortunate. We haven't got anybody to come in and do his job. Unless you want to put in Mr. Winks.
I certainly agree. And actually, I kind of see where you're coming from. His first half, actually, David and I were really praising his passing in the first half. We thought he was immense when it came to his passing in the first half. The second half, I can kind of maybe see where you're coming from. He kind of maybe faded out a little bit.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the guy has played so many matches, and his type of game is very energy consuming because he's never stopping. He's always on the move, watching out for this, that, and the other. I mean, let's face it, he's an absolute essential part of our team, and we just have to stage manage him. I don't think they'll start him against Rennes. I'd say he'll get a rest against Rennes because we need him against Brighton. And the way Brighton are shaping up, they'd be lucky to have a team left to play us next week. There's so many injuries, the suspensions. So that's good for us. Thank God. Normally it's the other way around. We're the ones that are struggling to put our first team out.
You're right.
But we've another 2 very winnable games. Now the game that's worrying me and worrying everybody is the Liverpool. I think that it's going to be a marker for how much Conte is bringing us on, how we do against Liverpool. Like, they're not going to walk over us like they have done in the past. But, we're going to have to play a very cute sort of a game against them. Do we go at them at the start and try and hit them, score early, or do we sit back and let them burn out and then we hit them? I don't know. But it's going to be that's the game. It's going to be the litmus test for how we really progress. And if we win that game, anything is possible. Anything is possible.
Yeah.
So
no, I fully agree with you. Well, look, Philip, thanks very much for coming on, my man. And
can I just say one more thing, David? I just want to say one more thing if I can. I mentioned Graham there from the ENIC protest earlier. That what that guy is doing, we should be all bowing down to him. He is doing a fantastic job, along with Brian Daigle and others. I mean, I sent you the pictures, David, yesterday of the flags they got up there. They're I mean, they really are. Let's hope now that they have some major success in getting ENIC to either put money into the club or leave, preferably leave. But big up, Graham. Honor to meet you yesterday, and keep up the good work.
Love it.
No,
absolutely
and
love
Brian,
it. Well said.
I know Graham watches the channel as well, so big up, Graham. Big yourself up. Philip, thank you very much, my man. And look, we'll let you go and get some rest. You've had a busy 2 days, my man.
Yeah, well, you don't feel it when you win. I'd be sure to fallen asleep if we lost. But anyway, not to worry. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, Philip. Man.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Good to see you, Philip. Well done, my man.
Absolute legend there, Philip Brady, guys. What an absolute legend. I do want to say Dermot was in the background and was supposed to come on, but he is feeling a bit sick. So, Dermot, I do hope you are okay, my man. I do hope you're okay. I just want to read out this little piece from Alistair Gold before we go any further, before I give you the Dark Sun G Super Chats. And Ali Gold has reported that Tottenham Hotspur have been struck by a COVID outbreak in their camp. Spurs face busy fixture schedule with the visit of Rennes in the Europa Conference League on Thursday night and then a trip to Brighton. However, Tottenham boss Conte plans have been thrown in disarray after a number of players and coaching staff testing positive for COVID before any decision can be made over what happens next for the fixtures this week. Football London understands that those who tested positive using a lateral flow test will undergo a further PCR test on Thursday. The club did have 2 players in the season recording false positive tests and then negatives on 2 follow-up tests. So it could be a case that it's the same situation again, but we'll have to wait and see. Should this outbreak prove to be confirmed, then it could affect the games ahead, depending on the numbers involved and also whether any further cases emerge. With a precedent has been set, while the precedent has been set for the Premier League matches being postponed due to one club having a COVID outbreak within its camp, it is a slightly different case in the Europa Conference League. The UEFA rules for the competition suggest that the match would only be in jeopardy if less than 13 players registered on the A list or no registered goalkeeper are available. So it does look like that the Rennes game will 100% be going ahead. Haven't actually released players or coaches' names that have it. I'm sure, look, there'll be some people out there putting that around. I'm not sure. But yeah, so we have a COVID outbreak at the minute and we have to wait for them to get a second test to see if it's a situation where it was earlier on in the season where it was a false positive, or we'll wait and see. So we just have to wait and see on that. But that's the latest update as of now. Dark Sun G says FA Cup against Morecambe equals White, McCarthy and John Hughes. I hope so. I definitely want to see Harvey White. I really rate Harvey White. Dylan McCandy, he definitely deserves his chance, that's for sure. And Niall John, not sure if Conte fancies him, Dark Sun G. I'm not sure if he fancies him. But I definitely like to see all 3 of them play. That's for sure, my man. I love seeing the youths, and I mean, against Morecambe, it's definitely a chance for them, and they should get an appearance. He also says, for your information, Man United got Villa in only round 3 in the FA Cup, lad. Absolutely delighted with that. Absolutely delighted with that, because that means one Premier League team will be gone. So, I mean, we have to be happy with that, Dark Sun G. And then Dark Sun G says, didn't I expect Brighton and Leicester were 6 points? This is why I always check Premier League injuries once I saw Dunk was injured, I felt really confident. Jack, I mean, he's giving you a run for your money here. He's weeks ahead of you. He was saying this a couple of weeks ago.
No, he's been the oracle. He's been kind of the genie of the Harris Army. He's seen this all ahead of time. Dark Sun G has. Lewis Dunk, I know, is going to be out for this one with injury. I believe there's another player, I think it's Sean Duffy as well, Dave, who's actually going to be out due to too many yellow card accumulations as well. So that's two of their biggest defenders that will be out for this one. I believe even Trossard also potentially could be out as well. Even a few more, if I'm not mistaken. So Brighton certainly, dealing with a bit of the injuries as well as the suspension. So, that's good to see. I will say that's good to see, especially, considering we are going away, the more injuries and whatnot to happen to them, the better, and the better our chances. And, I feel like their first starting 11 is actually not a bad starting 11. They kind of are, in good sync. But maybe the more that you kind of, hurt that starting 11, the more that you take away some of those players, probably the more they kind of come, a bit kind of loosened up or a bit more unhinged, and maybe can be a bit, breaking down a bit better. So I would say, Dark Sun G, these are all good news. And then Leicester are just an absolutely horrible form at the moment. It almost seems like, they don't believe in their manager anymore at this rate, so hopefully it's just all, suiting up for Spurs to maybe grab 6 points here, Dark Sun G, like you predicted.
Big up Dark Sun G, my man. Really, really appreciate the support. Well, let's bring on the next guest, my man. Who have we got next?
I believe for this one, we got Brad Matthews next, the other go to the Harris Army. Absolutely. Brad Matthews is coming on to this one. Big up, Brad. How you keeping, my man?
I'm good. Thank you very much. I have to, first of all, say congratulations on the 5K. Fully deserved. Congratulations on getting Mickey Hazard tomorrow. Absolutely brilliant. Wow. That's
all David's work right there. David's work right incredible.
There. That's incredible. And my cold is virtually gone now. So that's another good thing. So yeah, things are on the up at the moment, and well, Tottenham are on the up obviously at the moment. So yeah, it's been a good start to the week, I guess. So and things can only get better. So yeah, it's been really, really good. I enjoyed yesterday's game. I'm big up to Philip Brady. I'm sorry I didn't manage to catch up with you yesterday. I think there are a few people there that I didn't manage to catch up with. I caught up with Chris from Let's Talk Tottenham, had a few beers, caught up with an old friend of mine for a drink as well before the game. So if you're watching, Penny, hello there, sort of thing. That was really nice. And yeah, the result tops it off. So excellent stuff.
Happy days. And look, what's your thoughts on yesterday's game?
Okay, I thought we gave them a bit too much possession. I was a little bit worried in that aspect because I thought, well, they're bottom of the league, we're at home. Maybe it's down to the fact that I still don't think we're 100% fit at the moment to play a high pressing game for 90 minutes. So whether they purposely just sit back a little bit and then come out in the second half, well, they did come out in the second half, probably more for about the 60th minute. And everyone keeps on saying, oh, well, Norwich had chances to score and missed. It could have been different. Well, the fact is they didn't score, did they? So, I was just saying to someone else that if we say we played Liverpool and we have loads and loads of chances, don't put them away, and Liverpool beat us 3-0, I say to my Liverpool mate, oh, we could have beaten you today if we'd have scored. He's going to laugh at me. So, so that's the way I look at that. Skip was absolutely immense. And he seems to have added to his game now. He could be, I mean, I thought it might have been Højbjerg. He could be the driving midfielder we want. The guy that gets the ball and carries it.
Yeah.
He even showed, I don't know he was quick either. He's a top player, but he's pretty fast as well. And he a couple of times he got the ball. And that moment, the moment that everyone's talking about where he slid in, got the ball. He did it twice. The first time he did it.
Yeah, he did.
He slid in, he got the ball, and he actually passed it whilst he was still on the ground. And a la Dele Alli style in game under Mourinho. And that was like, the crowd went absolutely nuts, myself included, because that was right in front of where I sit. That was absolutely brilliant. And then he did the same thing in the second half where he got the ball and he stood up and sent the ball on its way. But yeah, absolutely brilliant performance. Davis, I mean, I could not believe the third goal. Davis gets the ball, drives a goal, plays the 1-2, passes to Sonny, and he scores. I'm going, what the hell? It was amazing.
He was also the best defender that match, I feel like, of the three as well.
He certainly, that seems to definitely be his position. Obviously, he's played it for Wales before, but he doesn't have to do the overlapping stuff as much. He can play the left centre back and also cover when Reguilon or in yesterday's game, Sessegnon goes forward. So, yeah, fair play to the guy. If he plays like that every week, then yeah, keep him there. You know, it's a good, certainly a good start under Conte. And Dyer, yeah, he was berating them yesterday. There was a lot of talk between the defenders yesterday, and which is good. You know, it's good. They need to rocket up their arse at times. You know, and if Dyer's the man to do it, great. You know, and the look on Sanchez's face when he scored. I mean, that was just pure theatre. It really. I mean, even Moura didn't really celebrate much when he scored. Just put his arms up, sort of thing. But and yeah, I mean, what a cracking goal Moura was. I mean, that was just brilliant. You know, one of those. There was 3 moments there, or certainly 2 moments, the 2 goals where you're looking at it and you're going, "Oh, yeah, surely not. Oh, it's a goal." You know, it's absolutely brilliant. But yeah, I generally speaking, yeah, we won. We got the 3 points. That's 4 Premiership games, 1-3, drawn 1, scored 7, conceded 1. You cannot really argue with that. Yes, it's against bottom teams, but hey, if we weren't beating these bottom teams, everyone would be moaning about it. So, you know, you can only beat what's in front of you. So the big test will be when we, in our next 3 games, Brighton away, Leicester away, and obviously Liverpool at home will be the elephant in the room at the moment. I still am concerned that there seems to be a hole between the midfield and the attack, in that Skip and Højbjerg are quite defensively minded, and you got Moura, who's not really a midfielder, so you've got that little hole there. Whether that changes if you get someone in the windows and a creative midfielder, but then that where do you play Moura then? That play puts Moura out, and Moura's been playing pretty well at the moment. So there is that, but that's a nice problem to have if you get a decent creative midfielder. There is that. That's a slight worry there. I think the next 3 games, and then we got, I think, Palace at home, Southampton away, I think, before the window. If we can get what we should in those games, and we're motoring towards that top 4, or maybe even be in top 4, then we can say, or Conte and Paratici can say to Levy and the board, listen, you give us some backing, we can get 1-2 players even. Yeah, I agree with Philip. It's going to be difficult to get players in January, but just try your very best to get them in there, because that could be the whole difference.
Couldn't it be also, though, just replacing the players that Conte just isn't really even using at the moment? Like, replace like a Dele Alli, replace a Gio Celso, replace even, obviously, of course, a Tanguy and Dembele, because he's not even using these guys at the moment. So you might as well maybe try to shift them on, or even on loan or whatever it takes, and then bring someone in that Conte will actually use, because he doesn't even want to use some of these guys.
I totally agree. And if you remember my rant last week, I've had it with Dele Alli, I've had it with Ndombele, I mean, Doherty came on, it's okay, not too bad. So I'm willing to give him maybe a chance. I don't see this Bergwijn I don't see him as a striker. I don't see him as a wing back. And he actually was hobbling around yesterday, so I think he might be injured anyway. So I don't see that. So yeah, no, I agree with you on that one, Jack. Definitely, that could really sort of dictate who we do get in. But yeah, I think we've got a chance. And as I said last week, it's one huge pre-season for next season, and we back him again in August, especially if we are in the Champions League and you get the extra income from it. You've got a whole season worth of gate receipts. You've probably got 2 concerts, I think, in June. I think they got. So you've got all this extra money coming in, which we haven't had. And then you say, well, okay, let's back the team. The owners put some of their own money in, which they haven't done so far. We've got no problems with how much we spend because of the fair play with, I think it's 400 million, whatever. Not that we're going to spend 400 million, but it's handy to know. So yeah, I think next season could be the season, unless we don't back Conte and he pisses off in August, So so there is that.
Ribsy says here, I'm not sure he's added to it, Brad. Listening to Ali Gold, he says that that's always been there. He's just been playing conservatively.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, possibly. Ribsy.
Yeah,
Ribsy 85. Yeah, possibly
yeah,
Ribsy 85. Yeah, that's possibly. Yeah, he could have been, and maybe Conte has come out and said, "Hey, look, you've got this, then use it."
yeah.
And then that's what he seems to be doing. He seems to be. I haven't read the whole interview, but I think Davis did an interview, and I think Dyer did an interview where they're saying that he really is. He gets everything to the nth degree. Conte. He's so really meticulous. So he could be seeing these things, especially in training, and say, well, why don't you do that in a match? He could. He's obviously seen that Davis is probably a better player as a left-sided centre back as he is a left back. Oh, the other way I must say, I actually thought. I didn't actually see Reguilon go off because a few beers. Oh, Reguilon went down injured. That's time for me to go to the restroom. When I came back, said anything happened? No, nothing's happened. I thought, hang on a minute, is that Sessegnon on? So Sessegnon came on, and I thought did okay. I thought he did okay. He looked like he could be decent cover for Reguilon at the moment if he continues to sort of play. And the poor guy got sent off against Murray. Yeah, it was his own fault, but he was only trying. And I thought he came on this and did okay. So there's a lot of good things yesterday. A lot of good things.
Thursday coming up, Brad. What's your thoughts on Thursday?
Well, I guess it all depends on this COVID thing, doesn't it? So yesterday Emerson was missing, ill, and what's his face at Brentford was missing, ill, and we played Brentford on Thursday. So that probably gives you a clue to where the outbreak was happened. I'm not blaming Tottenham, not blaming Brentford, but I mean that's probably where it's all developed. And as long as it's not, they can have that, that PSR test, and hopefully that will come out negative. But I guess it all depends on who is out. I mean, if Emerson we can get by with, he's not playing. I like Emerson, but it's not like a Son. You're not losing a Son or whatever, or a Skip. So so I think if you lose those players, be interesting to see what team he plays. I think he'll want to qualify. Then again, it could come down to what Vitus Arnhem do against Mora as well. So, so it might be out of our hands anyway. But I think he'll play a half decent side on Thursday. And let's face it, our second string aren't good enough anyway. So if they can't win against a pub team in Slovenia, they're going to beat Rennes. So it's it'd be interesting to see what he does. And I guess it all depends on this supposed outbreak of COVID. So.
Yeah.
Do you think potentially, just a quick question on the Europa Conference League, Brad, maybe it's more that maybe the players just don't even care about this competition? Because it kind of seems like before that sometimes we fielded pretty decent squads for this match, and maybe it's just the competition itself, like the players just can't be asked.
It could be, and if it is, that's pretty poor.
Ridiculous.
For a professional football team or professional footballer. And you'd like to think that Conte would treat that as being, well, if you're not interested in playing in those games, then you're not interested in playing in Premier League games or FA Cup games or whatever. You're not interested in playing for this club, because these players have got to be available to play in any. That's what their job is, to play in any game. In any game that we play as Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, they've got to be ready to play with it. They can't say, "Oh, no, I don't want to play in that." I mean, where does that finish? They say, "Oh, well, I might play in the Carabao Cup." No, I won't play in Carabao. I might play in the FA Cup. That's good competition. And then, I don't want to play in the FA Cup. I'll play in the Premier League. If that is the case, and I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but if that is the case, well then, ship them out of our club. We don't want players like that. We want players that want to play and try and win every game. Yeah, I know subconsciously you might not give it your all in those games, but I think, you should definitely try and give it your all in those games. As our supporters, there are games that we might think, I mean, I can't make it to Rennes on Thursday night, but I'm not sort of, if it had been a Premier League game, I would have gone, but so I'm got that sort of slight attitude, but I still bloody want to win it, and I'll be watching it on TV cursing and swearing if we don't win it, so but hopefully what you're saying, Jack, it could be, I hope you're wrong, but if it is, then those players, go please.
Well, we knew it was the case with, the likes of, I know Ben Davies has been under great form, but, he seemed to not care about it. We know Harry Winkston seemed to care about it. We know Dele Alli really doesn't care about it by the way he plays in it. And, there are probably other examples as well. So it's a bit of a sad theory that I'm kind of coming up with for explaining some of these pretty atrocious results that we've had in that competition. But Faz Radfar is saying here, Brad, that we should buy to win more, not to win more to buy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is exactly it. It's kind of like maybe speaking about how Levy, needs to be proven to, why, he needs to spend on the club when in fact, when you spend, you will get the results.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with Paz there. And that's why I think January is going to be pivotal, because if we have got an option of buying a player for a certain amount of money in January, or get him cheaper in the summer, and he's a decent player, go for him now. Get him now. Let's get our team. If I'm calling it a pre-season for next season, well, let's treat it like that. Let's get these players in, get them bedded into Conte's tactics and whatever, so that when we start next season, they're all ready to go. So if we have got an opportunity of buying a player, and it does mean we're going to pay a little bit more than we would in the summer, go for it. I mean, you look at any decent team that have won things over the years, they strengthen. They always strengthen. You strengthen, you win stuff and you strengthen. That's what they do. That's what decent teams do. And we've got to learn to do that. It's all very well having the nice top stadium and a nice training ground, but you need the top team to do it as well. And that's what we got to start thinking as a big club. It's and that's why, if Vlahovic is available, get him in there. Play for the two decent strikers. Don't worry about, we can't get him in because he won't want to play if Kane's there. Well, no, get him in. Get him in and say, look, there you go, mate. That striking position, that's it's for you and Kane to find out.
It'd be nice though to have like what Man United sometimes. You'll see randomly like Cristiano Ronaldo's just sat on the bench, and sometimes you're like, oh, Ronaldo's been sat on the bench. Oh, Lukaku's been sat on the bench. There's no explanation. It'd be kind of nice if we were that club, every once in a while.
And I heard of what Alex Ferguson apparently used to do was he used to, if he wasn't going to play a player, he'd tell them well in advance he wasn't going to play, but then he'd tell them when he was going to play them. So he might say to Harry Kane, Harry, you're not going to play on Thursday night, but you're going to play on Brighton. So you prepare for the Brighton game. So that's how he used to do it. That's how he used to manage. Now, maybe Conte does that. Maybe our other managers have done it that way. But that's what Alex Ferguson used to do. So that player knows that even though he's not playing in that game, he's got another game to work for, to get up to play in. And he's not going to get despondent about, I'm on the bench. He knows that he's been playing the next game. And then that, we all know how successful Alex Ferguson was. So, that's, I think, that's the effort that we should be instilling into our team. Just look at William Kelly's super chat here.
Just seen Arsenal got beat. Absolutely loving it. Can't wait to watch AFTV. F work time for me. Look, AFTV. It's definitely AFTV and chill as soon as I'm finished. Anyway, can't wait to see some of them lose their rag. I mean, there's nothing better, to be honest with you. See them all down, dejected, crying. Tears everywhere. Oh, absolutely love it when it comes to them frauds. Absolutely love it, William Kelly. I mean, it just makes your Monday, doesn't it? I mean, Monday's a crap day of the week. Nobody likes Monday. You know what I mean? And now all of a sudden, Arsenal get bet. Now it's the best day of the week. Kelly.
It's a song there, isn't it? Not like in Monday. I don't like Mondays.
I don't like Mondays. Tell me why. That's that song.
It's a bit of me time. William Kelly, you deserve that bit of me time for yourself, my man. Like I said, just take the day off of work. Spurs won on Sunday. Arsenal lost today. It's time for a 2-day vacation, my man. It's time for a 2-day vacation. Pick yourself up.
AFTV is, that is the world wrestling for me. That is like, it's like, you watch wrestling and it's all planned. AFTV is that you're going to see someone throw a chair or whatever, and it's like they're playing for the camera at times. It's just like it's like hilarious. Oh my god, he's hit with a chair. The referee didn't see it. Robbie didn't see it. He's hit with a chair. Expect that to happen.
I guess the problem is when David and I do it, we're actually paying the price for it at the same time, so it's a bit more actual reactions. But really big yourself up, Brad. Any maybe final words for the Harris Army?
Final words for the Harris Army. Final words, then a final word for the Harris Army. A little bit interesting at Tottenham yesterday. I know, maybe someone is from the club is watching. What they have, it's great that they have the bars open after the game because you can let the crowds go and have a drink with your mates, whatever, and you can walk around to each bar. But they do have a habit of saying last orders now, and then when you go to the bar, they say, "Oh, we're shut." So, hang on a minute, you just announced, "Oh, we're shut." Go down there, and that's what happened to me. And we eventually found a place that was serving along the big goal line bar, which is the size of Europe. And we eventually got to a place, and there was a guy that with us that we were waiting. It's me and Chris actually from Let's Talk Tottenham, and this other guy, random guy, all annoyed. And we found this, and we ordering 4 pints of Heineken. That's all they were selling for a couple of other friends. They're pouring out the Heinekens. This guy turns up. He goes, "Oh, can I have another couple of pints of Heineken?" And they said to him, "No, the bar's shut." He's, "Wait a minute, you're pouring them out for him." And then eventually they said, "Oh, all right." And they poured out the 2 beers for him. And it turned out, he said, "Oh, I have to admit, I'm a Norwich fan. I was here with my mate in the Spurs end." So.
Whoa. They got people on the inside. They got people on the inside. Maybe coming from, that sort of business, sometimes I will say there are a lot of people, and David's been there before, sometimes you just want to shut up shop a bit too early. Then, maybe when the patrons come in, you just kind of don't want to be asked, which I would say it's very disrespectful to loyal fans like yourself and Chris. Brad, so they definitely should have served you a bit longer, definitely for sure, my man.
And even when the places show they're closing at 11 or whatever it was, then they try and usher you out. So hang on a minute, you just said that you're closing at such and such time, and they literally had security guards blocking the way to where the toilets were. It's like, well, you know what? I'm just going to burst through you guys, so I need to go, sort of thing.
Yikes!
Yeah.
Yikes!
But it's only a little thing. It's only a little.
No. Good anecdote. Good anecdote, my man. Honestly, hopefully it doesn't happen to David or I'll tell you that. But big up, Brad. Big up, Brad. Thank you for coming on as always. Absolute legend. And
big
sorry,
message
Brad.
from the Harris Army. In Conte, we trust. Things are going to get better. It's everything's looking on the up at the moment. Click your likes, get your super chats in, and come on, you Spurs.
Big up, Brad. Big up, Brad, my man. Brad. Good to see you. Good to have you, brother.
Good to see you, Brad. And Brad, you look after yourself, my man. Make sure you get 100% better.
I will, yeah. I'm 90% there at the moment, as you can probably hear from the croaking voice.
Good. Couple more lem sips, 2 more lem sips, and you'll be 100%, my man.
Yeah, got one more to go.
Love it. I'll see you soon, Brad. I'll see you soon, my man.
Okay, guys. Good evening. Bye-bye.
Good to have you, brother.
Big yourself up. Oh, absolutely love it. Big up, Brad. Big up, Brad. Let's keep moving, Jacko. Let's bring on the next guest. Who have we got?
We got one of the many comedians of the Harris Army. We got the Ben Kaufman for this one, David. You got the Ben Kaufman. Big up, Ben. Good to have you, brother. How you keeping?
Good evening, gentlemen. It's been a great day, hasn't it?
It's been a good 2 days, my man.
Christmas came early. Arsenal lost.
Hopefully it keeps on coming. Good Christmas does. Yeah, certainly we'll just be showered with gifts, maybe more Arsenal defeats, maybe more Tottenham wins, it'd just be nice. Just get a bit of distance between us and, the scum, mind the gap.
It's a brilliant time to be alive at the moment. Mr. Conte's having us on the march. Great stuff. Great stuff. He's parting the Red Sea. We're going for it.
Yeah. That he is. Look, Brad, what's your thoughts on yesterday's game, my man? Plenty of positives. I mean, Skip up there, absolutely brilliant again. Son scored again. Kane again, another game with no goal. What's your thoughts? Plenty to talk about.
Just to reflect on what everyone else has been saying, we gave Norwich far too much of the ball. I mean, Billy Gilmore's a young lad, younger than Skippy, but he's a quality player. He knocked home balls about the entire game. Yeah, they were in useless positions, but really against the Norwich team that's out of form, we should be hitting 6 against them. So
yeah,
I'm a bit disappointed we're not scoring 6 because we got to overhold that deficit. But 3-0, not going to complain. Let's keep those wins going. Get some players in the team that weren't playing. Even Doherty played all right, amazingly. I mean, onwards and upwards.
No, definitely is. Look, Skip off the back of a man of the match performance against Brentford. Absolutely phenomenal again yesterday. Up against his old teammates. So, of course, he was on there last season and helped get them promoted to the Premier League. I mean, What's your thoughts on this guy's performance? And maybe do you see a future Spurs captain in this guy?
Absolutely, future Spurs captain. He's already shown that he cares more about than some of the cunts that are in the dressing room. Like winning every ball, charging back. If there's a player going through on goal, he turns the afterburners on, he snaps that ball, makes a pass, sets us off on the next attack. He's an absolute legendary footballer for us waiting to happen. I just hope he keeps humble. He's managed properly, and that his teammates, most importantly, manage him through the young years of his life, because he looks like he's going to be absolutely colossus for us in the future.
Yeah. He definitely is. He definitely is. I mean, it was absolutely brilliant against Norwich. Some marauding runs forward. I mean, you got to love it. Are you concerned now, Harry Kane? Look, you would have said over Brentford, Norwich, maybe he would have had a goal by now. Are you concerned, or do you think, you look at Kane, he's improved, he's starting to get back into the shooting areas again, it's only a matter of time? Where do you stand on Kane?
All I care about really is attitude. And at this moment in time, in the last 3 games, he's up for it. He's backing off into play. He's holding the ball up. He's taking shots here and there. When he gets again, I think it was Philip that said it. It looks like maybe he's trying a bit too hard. So he'll get that goal eventually. And when he gets that goal, the floodgates will open and he'll start scoring them for fun again. But at this moment in time, we have to care about his teammates providing for him, because still we've seen there are times like. This is the only critique I've got of Ben Davies this week, which is a massive refreshing thing. When he's passing the ball forward to his left back, he's always passing it to his feet. He's not setting them on their line. So we should be exposing the fullbacks and putting balls in the box for him to tap them in. That's what we look strongest at. And we need to get those balls in the box for him to tap in, because he can't score chips every single week. He's not fucking Jesus Christ. He's gonna. We need to give him some tap-ins to get that confidence up.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Actually, I mean, I feel like I actually really agree with that sentiment, because there's been, maybe harder chances than we would like to realize that have been probably put in front of him. He's had a few one-on-ones maybe this season that he probably in another, season probably could have done a bit better with. But I've never heard that kind of comment before, Ben, and I completely agree that maybe sometimes, we see Harry Kane in these situations and we're like, well, the Harry Kane that we know would have put that away, but what the average number 9 put that away? Maybe not so much, No. So he needs those tap-ins, like you said.
Little building blocks into getting the what's it called? The Holy Grail. You can't just get the Holy Grail immediately. You've got to take those little steps. I mean, and the team haven't been providing for him this entire season, and now the team's starting to provide for him. He looks like he's more confident. He looks like the team's playing for him, and other players are scoring as well, which is most important. He can't score all the goals. It's not a one-man team. So hopefully he'll get them.
It's so true. It's so true. He says the C-bomb, Kuva, big old Kuva. He says the C-bomb gets dropped and everyone glances nervously at the clock and then relaxes and laughs. Loves it. True. So true, because inside the first 10 minutes, you're not supposed to do it at all. But no, Kuva gets it. Kuva
knows. He gets
past
the watershed, mate.
Now. It's past the watershed. It's, what is it, 10 to 11? Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it's after hours. It's after hours. It's after dark. Kind of language. I actually love it. I mean, Kuba definitely saw David and I glance, even though it's been well beyond the 10 minutes. That's Kuba.
Sorry.
No apologies to us, my man. No
apologies to us. I can't control my
us.
language. I'm sorry, I'm from East London. It's not
I can't either. So I wouldn't worry about that, my man. I wouldn't worry about that. But Kuva knows exactly what went on. Big up Kuva. He's brilliant. He doesn't miss a beat, that lad.
No, Kuva, he doesn't.
It should be a spy or something like that. Absolutely love it. But Ben, we have Thursday coming up. It's a must-win game. I mean, do you see Conte maybe making a couple of changes to the lineup, or do you think he should go full-strength team again?
I mean, we have to repair the damage we've done to ourselves in the start of the season. So we need to keep this winning run going. 4 unbeaten in the Premier League. We need to bring that into Europe as well, because we're showing that we've got a soft underbelly in Europe. We need to start. More games we'll win, the better we'll be. So we need to start winning these games. And we seem to raise our game when we're playing better teams. And Rennes are not a shit team. We need to raise our game against them, and we need to beat them, because we need this money to go and it needs another trophy. If we can win 3 trophies this year, FA Cup, Mickey Mouse Cup, and then the other Mickey Mouse Cup is a cup. A cup's a cup.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to win them. We've got to win them all. If you're in it, you're in it to win it.
No, 100%. I couldn't agree more. And speaking of cups, I mean, the FA Cup draw was this evening. Morecambe at home. I mean, couldn't ask for a better tie, could we?
Nope, can't ask for a better tie. I mean, I'd love to play Marine again. That was the funniest game I've ever watched, and I want to play one of those guys again because that was just 90 minutes of comedy. But I'll take Morecambe. They'll raise their game playing in a big ass stadium, but we've got to beat them. We've got to play a full team, and we've got to win every game because that's what champions do. Man City don't play weakened teams; they play proper teams, and they beat proper teams. It's the way to do it. It's the reason why we haven't got anywhere. It's because we take these games for lightly, and then we got our trousers pulled down.
I love your expressions, Ben. I love your expressions. They do crack me up. So they do.
What'd you make of Ben Davies, kind of rejuvenation, Ben Kaufman, maybe from one Ben to another, I mean, could you have predicted this? Ben Davies all of a sudden looking like the best of our 3 best of our 3 defenders.
I mean, it's a testament to how Conte can actually coach a football team instead of just saying, you give the ball to Harry Kane and he scores. He's actually coaching these players how to play with each other. We look like a better cohesive unit. The midfield in front of them are protecting those back 3, and they're all the better for it. They seem to be caring about their defending, which is why Dyer quite regularly was bollocking Sanchez and Tanganga. Have pride in your defending, which is brilliant to see both Dyer and Davis bollocking their respective fullbacks, because we don't want to lose games and we don't want to concede goals. I mean, that's the nature. The professional defender should be there to defend, not to brush their hair. I mean, it's that they're there to defend.
Well said. I mean, he's turning, at least in the case of Ben Davies, he's turning toilet water into wine there. He's turning toilet water into wine. But, in the case of, maybe Dyer, what did you make of Dyer? I feel like, he was kind of giving a lot of his fellow defenders, kind of a lot of shit, throughout the match. But what did you make of his performance? I thought he actually was maybe the worst of the 3, if you ask me. But do you feel like he's still maybe a bit solid, a bit kind of, maybe we can still rely on him?
I'd like to see him do what he's actually quite good at, which is to get the ball and then maraud into midfield and put that ball forward. I mean, with those 2 other centre-backs, he should be able to do that as the middle of a back 3, which is what Ledley King used to do back in the day. Get the ball, maraud into midfield, pass that ball forward, get the team. That's what he should be doing in the middle of a back 3. So I'd like to see him add that back into his game, because we know he's capable of doing it. He's got a pass on him, but
it just takes so much time on the ball sometimes. Like, he feels like he has all day. I actually feel like that's a great comparison, because if you take yourself back to Antonio Conte's Chelsea, it was David Luiz in the center of that back 3 that was playing all the passes, doing all that kind of, range that you're kind of speaking of. And hopefully we see Dyer maybe take a page out of David Luiz's book. I can't believe I just even said that out loud.
I mean, as long as they don't concede goals, which is what their jobs are as defenders, I'm perfectly happy. They're defenders at the end of the day. They're there to not concede goals. So if they're a bit slow at the back, but we don't concede goals, absolutely happy. The less we concede, the more chance we have to win. I know it's a Michael Owen quote, but it's just the truth of the matter.
Yeah. Yeah. No, 100%. 100%. Anything else you want to talk about, Brad?
So,
Ben.
Apparently me and Brad are twins. That's great.
Wouldn't let you do it twice, Dave. I wouldn't let you do it twice.
So, a little bit of a scoop from my side of the things is apparently Mr. Conte is fed up with the party boys, as I call them. You'll probably know who those boys are in the squad.
Ooh.
After a game on a Sunday, you'll see them flying to Paris. You've seen that on Instagram a few times. They'll be flying to Instagram and then coming back for training on the Tuesday morning. No more. Antonio Conte, in the last couple of weeks, he does not tell the boys what time training is until 12 o'clock this evening. So if he knows that Mr. Dele Alli is in Paris with Mr. Galini, he's like, training's at 5 o'clock in the morning. If you're late, I'm fining you.
I knew it was Galini with the bags under his eyes. He looks like he's been taking
I mean,
red
we've
eyes,
seen that from
to
Instagram,
Paris.
haven't we? He's been in Paris a few times. I mean,
I
Galini's
don't watch Galini's Instagram. I probably should, because it would explain all my weird theories about the guy. Because seriously,
I mean, I've seen
I feel
it
like
a few
that guy's
times.
on a few things.
There's definitely a few of the guys. Galini probably is definitely one of them. Tongi's definitely one of them, going to Paris and having a joyride in Paris. But
Yeah, Uber Eats is
that
cheaper
shows
over there.
that shows that he's an elite level manager. If I tell you trainers at 6:30 in the morning, you will be there at 6:30 in the morning, not a minute later. Otherwise, I'm fining you. So Daniel Levy's probably happy because Conte's fining players every 2 minutes and getting some of that money back on wages. So everyone's happy. Conte's happy, Levy's happy, we're all happy, and we're winning games.
Yeah. And look, if it is true about the party boys, I mean, it kind of shows on the pitch whenever they take the pitch, doesn't it?
Yep. I mean, these boys have been coasting for well too long, and now we've got an elite level manager, and they think partying is more important than winning football matches. I don't want them in my football team anymore. I don't think any of us want them in the football team. So control that squad. They work for him. He is their boss.
Yeah.
Do your job.
Yeah, you've got to love it. You've got to absolutely.
I'm actually loving that. That actually explains so much to me. That actually explains so much to me. I mean, the human crayon, I'm not actually quite surprised, that he's, heading over to Paris. But Galini, I've had all these weird theories about Galini, because seriously, the guy has looked every single time they zoom the camera on him. He has like bags like the size of like quarters under his eyes, like seriously. So it makes sense that he's doing that.
You have said that a few times, Jack. You've picked up on the bags under his eyes.
No, but I mean, maybe that's just how his eyes look. I'm not so sure, but they're always very gray under there. They always look like he's been up till 3 a.m. Maybe mixing a new album with Deli, or playing the Fortnite, or probably on a flight to Paris. Like Ben Kaufman. It's just that, who knows? But it's actually a great theory, Ben. But any maybe final words, and maybe for the Harris Army here, any maybe final theories that probably actually might awaken me yet again?
No, just keep supporting the stream. I'm now going on Tottenham Tantrum Gold every other morning for our coffee mornings, as we're calling them, with Mr. Dermot and Mr. Coover. Hope Dermot gets well soon. And we're starting to build a little community around there in the morning, and we're starting to have a bit of fun. So
great plug.
Big up all the guys in the community. And if you're ever in the Woodford area, come and grab a coffee. A few of the boys and the girls are coming asking, "It's time to get a coffee." So it's become a community hub.
Two class plugs right there. 2 class plugs. Everybody hit up the coffee company, just like he says right there. It is where you can get probably the meanest, Paratici, Conte espresso around. And then as well, head on over to Tottenham Tantrum Gold, where you also find a bit more of Ben Kaufman. You'll find Kuva there. You'll find plenty of others. Find Phil Lattis, I know. You'll find plenty of beautiful people that you probably know from this fan show, from this army, from these panels. But great 2 plugs there, Ben, actually. Well done, my man.
I'm learning from the best.
Well, look, Ben, I really appreciate it, my man. And look, we better let you go. I mean, you've got many people that need coffees in the morning to get to work. So, big yourself up. And like I keep saying, when me and Jack are there, we will 100% pop in. Maybe
you're always welcome.
Maybe even have a little corner there. Me and Jack can stream from there for one of the shows.
I mean, my shop is the perfect place. So if we're ever having a beat up, feel free to bring your stuff. I mean,
let's do it.
We've got internet and it works.
No, look, let's do it. Let's get it done.
Get it done.
Man, everybody do get over and check out the Coffee Company on Instagram as well. Make sure you order yourself some of the best coffee beans around as well. Big up, Ben, and we'll see you again very soon, my man.
Thank you, sirs.
Big up, Ben. Good to have you, brother.
I'll see you next time, boys.
I'll see you soon, Benji. Benji is absolutely brilliant. I love him. His personality, it's so infectious. But look, Jack, it's that time of the show again, where we talk about, hygiene, keeping yourself looked after for that special someone in your life. And look, sometimes, as we do say, Jack, it's the winter nights, it's cold. You have no option but to spend them inside with the missus or whoever your partner may be. You've no option but to spend time with them. And I mean, look, I know myself, when you cuddle up, you watch a movie, sometimes you can get a bit frisky and you don't want to be caught out. You want to make sure you have some nice, clean, smooth boys down there. So look, you need to get onto Manscaped and get over and check out the products that are available, Jacko.
No, you certainly do. And I feel like everybody, again, this is Manscaped, being very, very generous enough to sponsor this episode of our fan show. Again, the holiday seasons are coming around. You're probably, racking your brain for what gifts you need to give maybe that, good mate of yours, even, maybe the missus that might be watching the show. Maybe you're thinking like, God, what can I get that special someone in my life? Might be, something for Manscaped. It's not even just, the Lawnmower 4.0 or that full performance package that you can go after. You don't have to even dip, too much into your pockets. You can find maybe, a bit of a, if you just need, a bit of a nose trimmer, if you need something like, like just a full, aftershave, or just, a deodorant, for the down under, pretty much anything that has to do with male hygiene, anything that has to do with maybe just keeping yourself looking good down there, as well as smelling good down there. And also even up top, they have, plenty of things, the Shears 2.0 to help you with, being able to, keep the nails, kind of clean and whatnot. Anything that has to do with male hygiene, everybody, I would really recommend that you use our promo code FLATCAP. Maybe gift, something, to maybe a friend of yours, or even if you're a missus, watching this show, gift it to, your fellow, special someone, because seriously, I feel like it is, a great opportunity to dip into maybe the pockets, to maybe find that Manscaped kind of gift. Because especially I feel like nowadays, Dave, with some of the people that I've yet to buy for, I'm kind of racking my brain. I don't really know what to get them. I feel like you can probably not go wrong with Manscaped, especially, maybe stuff that stocking with a bit of the Manscaped goodies. But as always, everybody, you can get 20% off over at Manscaped using our code FLATCAP, everybody. But here is, again, that bit of that, this episode of the Irish Hotspur is brought to you by Manscaped, the champion of the world in below the waist grooming. Thank you very much, Manscaped, for giving us the full performance package this holiday season.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Flat Cap Army, the holiday season is fast approaching. So many of you out there have enjoyed Manscaped's products, and they want to help you reload this Christmas with a 20% discount.
David, what's the most disappointing gift you've received on Christmas morning?
Well, Jack, it has to be that boring knitted sweater I got last time, when all I was wishing for is Manscaped's Performance Package 4.0.
That Performance Package 4.0 is the perfect hygiene bundle that includes the Lawnmower 4.0, the Weed Whacker, a comfortable pair of boxers, and Manscaped's specially scented hygiene liquids. And it all comes, everybody, in a nifty travel kit to put all those Manscaped goodies inside.
Wow, that's a 5-star playmaking hygiene package, Jack. But how can I impress my Mrs. Claus this season?
This upcoming Christmas, why not freshen yourself up for that romantic evening with Mrs. Claus by the fire with Manscaped's Crop Mop Ball Wipes, their Nail Care Package 2.0, a body wash, and their 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner. But where else can the Manscaped help the Flat Cap Army smell good, David?
Well, Jack, it's not just your hanging ornaments that need to smell fresh. We all know the top of the tree needs to smell just as good as the trunk. So why not treat yourself with Manscaped's refined cologne and improve your chances with Mrs. Claus?
Get 20% off with free shipping and use the code FLATCAP at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code FLATCAP. It's time to join the Manscaped movement. Your balls will thank you.
So there you have it, guys. Look, Christmas right around the corner. You want to fill them stockings. You want a nice cheeky present under the tree. Or look, you even have somebody in your family you just don't know what to get them. Well, Manscaped's got you covered. They've got it all. Get over there, check it out. Use the code FLATCAP and you will get your 20% off plus free shipping as well. You don't even get stung for shipping charges with Manscaped. I mean, what more do you want? They're going the extra mile, just like trimming gives you that extra inch. So what more do you want? Get over and check out Manscaped. But look, Jacko, who have we got on next? Who's the next guest? I'll fix all this back up. You're all right, Jacko.
No, yeah, you're right. It's in the other brand. I think we got Sean Butler, the very, very generous Sean Butler. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for the fan shows, a first-time caller, unless I've been, absent for one. Looking forward to this, especially because he's had a lot of excellent takes over on, the pre-match pump up, and he's helped you out a lot over there. So big up, Sean Butler. And I'm actually happy to have you for this one, mate. And also welcome.
Hi guys, how are you?
How you keeping, man?
I'm pissing myself about that advert that you just did.
You really like the other one more.
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I think it was fantastic. I need to hire you guys. For my agency. You make the very best commercials for sure.
Oh man, you want to see the one we want to see the one we had there. What was it last month? It was even funnier, a bit longer, but even funnier, my man. I mean, look, you have to try a bit of humor to it, though, don't you?
No, you have to. Yeah, you have to bring that humor, and you've done that with aplomb. So congratulations.
Well, if you ever need someone in your corner, Sean, we'll be happy to provide. We'll be happy to provide, give you a nice promo, even just, for your own name, your own brand recognition, we'll give you your own little promo for it. But it is, the last one, especially, I think you would have enjoyed more. It was a bit kind of more funny, I can't, even less serious.
Devastated I missed it. If you still have a copy of it, Dave, then make sure you send me a link on your WhatsApp or something, man, because that was, it was brilliant. So anyway, yeah. How you guys doing?
All good, my man. We're absolutely flying. How are you keeping?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. Yeah, always. I love your show. I love, Jack. I love your stats. Sessions. Yeah. Dave, you bring the energy. Well, both of you bring the energy. But first time caller, long term admirer, and you guys bring welcome therapy. I mentioned in that super chat. I genuinely mean it. Like COVID has ripped, 2 years and counting away from our lives generally, right? Yeah. And me personally, like I'm very grateful for my lot in life. I'm happy, healthy generally, and and I'm more fortunate than billions of people out there in the world. But you can't help but have perspective, and it's all relative. Like when you have something and then it's all taken away, you start to feel sorry for yourself. Maybe you have mental health stuff. And my point of that thing, even though I realize now I spelt rat incorrectly. I should have put a W, which I'm devastated about. But the truth is, right, that Tottenham is like a distraction for so many of us, right? Like for those 90 minutes on a Sunday, a Saturday, a Thursday, a Wednesday, whenever it is, that 90-minute is when we all can go, whatever's going on in our life, let's focus on something that's out of our control, but something we're passionate about. But what you guys have done, and what like the team at We Are Tottenham TV have done, and a whole bunch of other channels, you've allowed us to expand that distraction, from the pre-game stuff to the post-game stuff to the midweek stuff. And to me personally, it's invaluable, because I feel like I've lost a lot over the last 2 years. And I'm sure other people have as well. And so, coming from me personally, but I'm sure I speak for a lot of people when I say, like, thank you, because you guys, what you do is brilliant, and it's really it means the world to me.
No, that's do you know what, nice. Sean, just to expand on that, look, I really appreciate it. But what I will say is meeting the likes of you and everybody else and the way you've interacted with us, I mean, it's been absolutely life-changing for me too. You know what I mean? Meeting so many people and the way I've been received. And I mean, it's been absolutely life-changing. So, I appreciate what you're saying. As much as we maybe have provided maybe a bit of entertainment during the lockdown or whatever it is we've provided, you guys have given us back tenfold. So, I really, really do appreciate it, Shawnee. Really do appreciate the kind words, my man. But look, where do you want to start this debate? Where do you want to start?
Got another philosopher, though, quickly, though, Sean. I feel like we got like lots of comedians, lots of philosophers. I feel like you just joined the philosopher army right there, Sean. Very, very nice of you, and very well said, actually, summarizing the whole pandemic in so few words as well. Like, really well said, my man.
Oh, well, a few words is not something I've been known. I'm quite the
neither are we
verbose moron occasionally. So I'll take that. Cheers, Jack. I appreciate you, buddy. Listen, like I say, I really wanted to come on just to say thank you and to introduce myself, to you, Jack. I spoke to Dave a couple of times, and I love what you guys do. But in terms of talking about Tottenham, I thought yesterday was it was a weird game, right? Like, I actually missed the first 20 minutes of the first half trying to get Peacock TV to figure itself out. It's a nightmare being in the UK, not having access. And actually, it feels like for the first time, I seem to remember like previous seasons where every Tottenham game in the UK always seemed to be televised. Yeah. But this season, it seems like there's a more often than not, we're not on telly in the UK, right? So you have to go and find other access points. And so I finally figured it out, but I missed Moura's goal. I missed the 6th minute clap and applause for that poor kid that was, celebrated. His life was celebrated or whatever. And but then when I finally tuned in, when I finally got hold of it, it looked like I saw a dominant performance, and I loved Skippy's efforts. I loved Mora's performance. I thought Ben Davies again. I'm not going to repeat what everyone else has said, but like it's fantastic to see this guy that we've always given a hard time to. Sometimes you're trying to put square pegs in round holes a lot of the time with players in team formations, and Ben Davies hasn't always necessarily found his spot. And if you asked everybody a year ago, he was a player that would probably be on the top of the list of people that we didn't need. But now
he's on the top of mine like 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. Yeah. No, but it's not embarrassing. It's a reasonable assumption based on the way that he was utilized and how he played when he was used. But moving to a back three, it seems to have the change in formation seems to have allowed a lot of players to suddenly, spread their wings and show why they have always been at this level of the game with a team at our level, right? And but like I say, the last thing I'll say before I put it back is I saw a lot of the feedback, and everyone was like, Norwich were dominant and they didn't take chances. I didn't see that stuff. It must have happened early, because I thought that we were pretty dominant throughout the game, especially in the second half. Yeah. And there wasn't many things that I would have changed from what I saw.
Yeah, that's actually, so I guess you missed that one big chance then. Yeah, that Timo Pukki had. To be honest, I made the argument that, we conceded, to Newcastle from a similar chance with Callum Wilson. He buried it instead of Timo Pukki burying it, but we still came back to win 3-1. So when you kind of consider it that sort of way, like, even if we maybe did concede to a Timo Pukki goal, we probably still maybe would have come out and maybe won that. Wouldn't have been as easy, but I feel like we still would have come out and won that because, like you said, a very dominant performance after 20 minutes. Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I'd say is when you start to factor in what might have been, then once there's another variable added, right, is like, if we did concede that goal, then from then on, it's like a Back to the Future film, right? When the timelines change, you go back to 1985, and then the timeline changes, the whole nother timeline. So you can't necessarily make presumptions that it would have carried on the way it was going had the game panned out differently earlier. But I take your point. It looked like we were gonna. I mean, Norwich are not that particularly impressive generally. So,
do you know what I think, my man? I think a lot of people based, saying Norwich were the dominant team just off the possession stats. But, I mean, you look at most of their possession, it was just passing it along the back line, from right wing back all the way across the left wing back. I mean, at most times when they went forward, we ended up just taking the ball off them. So, I mean, they could pass it around all they want across the back line and maybe into midfield because they had an extra body in there. But, I mean, they didn't even do anything with it. At the end of the day, we were in full control of that game. And look, you could be in control of the game and not necessarily be in control of the ball. It is possible to be able to do that, I just thought, look, I get what people are saying when it comes to possession and stuff like that, but I mean, I seen a game where Tottenham were just in cruise control. Really, I mean, we didn't really get out of gear, to be honest with you. I mean, I just don't understand it. I think just because we're so used to giving out, I think some people just want to keep giving out. I'm not sure, but Shawnee, just 2 minutes. We have a couple of super chats. True Sets Your Free says, do they have a razor for your face salad too? Have a razor for absolutely everything you need, my man. Do not worry about that. True Sets Your Free.
And a bit of aftershave if you need it. And a bit of cologne, which we failed to mention as well. Like I said, everybody, it doesn't need to be for the down under. It can be for the up top as well.
Yeah. I feel like you two guys being an advocate of razors is somewhat disingenuous. And then I'm wearing the flat cap as well. I took this out of the drawer just for you for Jack's benefit. But
appreciate you.
Yeah. Give us a look at that, baby. Give us a look at it. There's some nice colours on that flat cap. Show me again.
Oh yeah. I've got some Arsenal colours here. I'm not. I need to maybe go and put the tie dye on this shit. Get rid of the red. Yeah. Because it's a nightmare.
We'll have to sort out the red, and then we're absolutely cracking on. So we are. Ribsy85 says, "Is this ad going to have Dave shaving his nads?" No, never, my man, never. Believe me. You know what it is, Ribsy? I can't shave them because they're already smooth, thanks to Manscaped, my man. So I can't shave them. Big up, Ribsy. Big up, Ribsy. And Truth Sets Your Free says, Says, God bless Arthur. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's absolutely horrible what happened to that young lad. I mean, absolutely disgusting, my man. Big up, Truth Sets You Free. Big yourself up, my man.
Yeah, that guy, I don't know who the Truth Sets You Free is, but he's the most positive, like every message in the comments on any stream I'm on. He's just the nicest dude. He's so support or girl. I don't know who it is, but
no, it's a lad.
Super supporter. Yeah, is it a lad? Is it?
Yeah. No, he's an absolute legend. He's an absolute legend. But Brad, I mean, Harry Kane didn't score.
You're obsessed with Brad today, Dave. You're obsessed with Brad.
Oh man, my head's all over the shop.
Brad left that much of a mark on you. Brad left that much of a mark on you.
No. Do you know what it is, lad? I get so flustered when I'm in a rush before the stream, like I had to with the computer, and I just can't think straight then for another couple of hours. Sean, my man, sorry, brother.
Okay.
Harry Kane, look, he's got another game without scoring. Are you starting to be concerned now, or do you think, looking at it, he is getting into the scoring positions again, more so, more in Norwich than what he did against Brentford? Or do you think maybe it's time to maybe look at another option?
We don't really have another option, do we? You know, that's the problem. Listen, I was at the Brentford game. I'm a season ticket holder. I didn't go to Norwich. I didn't go yesterday, but the Brentford game, I was my seat is right in front of the south stand. So, you know, him getting that through ball and having that shot where he didn't take it, you know, I've seen him in that same position, literally carbon copy position 50 previous times, and he knocks them away like it's nothing. And I thought against Brentford, like him missing that was just a sign of the frustration, the weight on his shoulders. I feel like, you know, he's a human being. He might be a superstar. He's a human being, and I feel like he's a Tottenham boy at heart, but he definitely feels, you know, the pressure, because a lot of the Tottenham fans that loved it, like everybody loved him a few seasons ago. Now there's some people that have changed their mind on him, and you know, the only thing that would make our current run of form better would be to see him bang in a brace or a hat trick. Maybe he can do something against Brighton, but even against Brighton, that's going to be away from home. I just feel like he needs that, you know, to absorb that energy, that love and that passion when everyone's going to start seeing Harry Kane, he's one of our own again. And if 65,000 people can do that, then it will be like the icing on the cake. It is a worry for me that his confidence is super low. I no longer think that he's not trying anymore. For there was a period at the start of the season where I was questioning whether or not he's playing for a move.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the case anymore. I think he's genuinely trying. I just think his confidence is shaken, and you know, like I say, he's a human being. He needs the love. But I've been to 5 games at home this season now, and I haven't heard anybody singing Harry Kane's one of our own. You know, and that's it's that exactly, Jack. It's damning, and he'll feel that. He'll be aware of that. So, yeah.
Pressure is on.
Certainly is, but like you say, back to your question, Dave, we haven't got a replacement. Dane Scarlett's 17, he's too young. You know, I know that people have been looking at him in the Conference League, but he hasn't had the full strength team around him to supply. Plus, the players that were there that were kind of somewhat first teamers didn't really want to be playing in that conference. You know, there was a lot of negative, and so I don't think you can take anything away from Dane Scarlett. But we haven't got a replacement, you know. And the really scary thing, sorry to ramble, the really scary thing is, appreciate it. The really scary thing is, you know, if we're going to, like this, the title of your show is, are we going to finish fourth? Are we in the fourth race, right? And for me, the answer to that is, yes, we're in the fourth, but we also are in a race with 8 other people for that same spot. And how that will be determined will be in no small part down to injuries. And Tottenham are a team if you compare the strength in depth across those 8 teams, we're somewhere, you know, we're certainly not the top, like Man United's at the top, but we're somewhere else. But in key positions, we really struggle. And Harry Kane for the last 2-3 seasons has always had an injury around Christmas time, right? And so if Harry Kane doesn't do it, if he doesn't get over what's worse, him not getting over his goal scoring or him getting over his goal scoring in the next 2 weeks, his lack of goal scoring, and then getting injured and hurting his ankle again and then being out until March, right? It's a worrying situation.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's starting to all right. Cuva99 says, to be fair, David, Brad is rocking a flat cap, so he's one hot little number by default. I'm not surprised he's got your mind all day. You're
Gotta get him out of your mind, Dave. You gotta let go. You gotta let go. You know, you can't keep your mind off of him, Dave. You can't keep your mind off of him.
Oh, stop. No, I'll try my best. I'll try my best to let him go, so I will. Oh, Brad, the things you do to me, my man. Brad, the things you do to me. Big old Cuba. Oh, Brad, you're getting me in trouble now. True Tetra Free says, Sean, do you need a golf lesson? I've got a flat cap, or it's a golf flat cap.
I don't need a golf lesson, actually. The truth, I've got an 8 handicap, so I'm all right on the golf stuff, mate. Thank you.
Pretty nifty. We'll be seeing you on the PGA Tour anytime soon, Sean.
No. Yeah, if PGA stands for something other than professional golfer, so maybe it stands for pretty goddamn awful. Maybe something like that. You know?
That's a good tour I'd like to see. That'd probably be a bit more entertaining, probably on TV, actually. You know, see someone 24 over.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, big up truth. Big up truth. Come here, Sean. You know, what's your thoughts on Skip and Højbjerg over the last 2 games? Again, mixed opinions on Højbjerg. What's your thoughts on both of them over the last 2 games?
Well, Skippy's just fantastic. He's phenomenal. How do I say this? It sends joy to my heart to see this young kid step up. He was awesome, obviously, last season. He's given his chance, and he's getting better and better and better by the game. The thing, and Højbjerg, listen, I've got a lot of love for Højbjerg. Like, Højbjerg was our stalwart last season. Right. And I don't think there's been anything necessarily wrong with what he does well this season. I think he's defended well. I think he's done his challenges well. I do think that there has been, until the last couple of games, a question mark over, if you play the two, although both of them together, who's going to take the kind of more offensive role to bring the ball out and to pass. And it looks like in the last 2 games, it's been Skippy who's been bursting forward, which I didn't even knew that he had that in him, right? But he has, clearly. The challenge for me is you have to question, if you're going to question anything, is the passing of both of them. I thought that Skippy in the first 8 games of the season, he was brilliantly defensively, brilliant energy, brilliant tackling back. But I did think his passing lacked a peripheral vision. Like, he'd pass the ball into a place thinking that it would go to our whoever, to Eric Dyer, to Romero, whatever. But it would he wouldn't have seen like one of the opposing players stepping in to close and it ended up being a bit of hospital pass-ish kind of passing. So I was vocal about my concerns about his ability to sort of see outside of that tunnel pass that he's thinking about.
Right.
We haven't seen those problems in the last couple of games. And I think Højbjerg also has some issues with his passing. Of the 2 of them, though, I think at the moment we don't have a better option. But I would like to see a Tottenham team that could be trusted to only need one of those 2 players.
Yeah.
Do you feel like, I feel like you watch a lot of football, Sean, you know, maybe can take a look at like Chelsea, right? Where like Jorginho is that one that kind of sits back, kind of, you know, dictates the, the passing and the tempo. And then it's like an N'Golo Kante, it's a Ruben Loftus-Cheek, it's a Kovacic that kind of make those runs forward. I feel like Skippy is almost playing that N'Golo Kante role, getting stuck in, but also dribbling the ball forward, carrying the ball forward. And then Højbjerg, I guess, is, like you said, though, trying his best to be like a Jorginho in that system, but sometimes kind of fails to hit the mark maybe for it in your eyes.
Completely agree, 100%. I think that, couldn't agree more with what you just said. Like, you could have taken the words out of my mouth. The one thing I worry about with Højbjerg, as much as I love him and I think he's a future, he should be a captain of Tottenham, but I wonder, I don't know how old he is, but I wonder whether or not we gave him justified admiration and gratitude for the role that he played before last season, for example. But now, if Skippy is the guy that's just kind of, he's younger and he's got better stamina and the tackling, and again, it's only a small window of games, so look, this can play out over a period of time. But I wonder whether or not Højbjerg he's been his skill set that was so important has now been surpassed by Skippy, or could be surpassed. And maybe Højbjerg needs to adapt or be considered second best in all of what Højbjerg's great in by Skip. But I look at Højbjerg's energy, his vocal, his the fact that he's not afraid to tell Harry Kane how it is in games. Like, that's a leader. Yeah. And I do think that one of the issues, as much as I absolutely adore Hugo Lloris and definitely think he deserves a new contract, because there's no goalkeepers are not easy to find. And most goalkeepers that are in their peak of their game do not change from one big team to another. So you either have to get a goalkeeper that's late on to move down to you, or you get a goalkeeper that's early to move up to you. But you can't really find a goalkeeper who's 28, who's already at a top club to transfer. It just doesn't happen. So whilst I love Hugo Lloris, I don't necessarily think that the captain should be the goalkeeper, because he's too far removed from the in-game dynamics, and therefore, like I say, I think if you were to pick any other player on the pitch to take over the armband who could have more influence, it would be Højbjerg at the moment.
Do you feel like, just quickly, take yourself back to last season? I feel like we were all saying like Skippy and Højbjerg would be competing for that same position that you were just describing, being that destroying, being that, hard man midfielder. At the moment, they're playing on the pitch at the same time, which is, I feel like no one could have predicted that, come last season. We kind of thought they would just be coming on for each other.
Yeah. Yeah. But then you look at, so who do you swap, right? So if you only want one of those two, then there's another position in that midfield bucket. But who's screaming out for it from the replacements? It's certainly not Lo Celso. It's certainly not Ndombele.
Oh, it's not.
It's certainly not Harry Winks.
It's not a Ndombele either.
Yeah, so I mean, so who is maybe Antonio Conte's arm is being forced by the form of the other players, or the energy, the effort, the desire, and like I said, not to change the topic, but Dave, when we had that debate, we were talking about investment from ENIC. 100 million quid was spent on those two players, Lo Celso and Ndombele.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And neither of them give a hoot about stepping up, in my opinion. They're just not. Yeah. They're not. And so.
And do you know what, Sean? Do you know what, Sean? I agree with you. Like, the thing is, like, look, don't get me wrong. They do spend money, but the money they spend, a lot of times they do try to stretch it to cover various positions, and it's just kind of. And then sometimes you're missing out on players because of 5-10 million here and there, and we went three windows without signing players and stuff like that when we didn't really need to. They could have put their money in, and I guess that's where I'm coming from. I mean,
but it's also Steve Hitchen not knowing what to do with that money, though.
No, that's true. No,
exactly.
I agree.
That's what I think, Jack. I agree.
No, I agree with you. And I've mentioned Steve Hitchen so many times on what he spent it on. I mean, we've gone through the players. Some of them aren't even still here. And I mean, don't get me wrong, he has to be held accountable as well. He has to be. I don't know why he's still around Tottenham. Maybe he's making some good tea. I'm not sure. But for me, like,
who was the director of football when we got the Bale money and we spent it on? We took that 100 bar and we spent it on like. It wasn't Frank Arneson, was it? Frank Arneson was long gone, right?
I'm going to say either Kamoli or Paul Mitchell.
Yeah, okay. So that was the biggest. That again, another absolute shit show when we had 100 million and then we rushed him. We blew it on
Franco Baldini.
Oh, nice one, Kubo. Yeah. And that's again. So that's the challenge is. In my opinion, Daniel Levy is the name, or ENIC is the name where mud is thrown. If there's something to complain about with Tottenham fans that's not directly on the pitch, then it's thrown at Daniel Levy and ENIC. And whilst I'm no fan of his, and I'm no particular as a person, I think he's a weird guy. I don't agree that he's a master negotiator. I think he's just someone who's stubborn and sticks his foot in the sand because it's my way or the highway, which I don't think is the right way to do it. But I do think that. The real animosity, the real kind of question marks should not be necessarily on. He's just a finance guy. He doesn't know. He doesn't know his arse from his elbow when it comes to players, right? And so the question mark should be thrown about Baldini or Kamoli or whoever else.
Sean, you're in business as well, and look, you know as much as I do. He's a paid front man so that people aren't talking about Enoch or Tavistock. You know, you know he is. That's what he is. He's paid to take the shit, basically. But look, he hasn't helped himself as well with some of the people he's employed. Look, he's an accountant. He doesn't look beyond the spreadsheets. You know, he is trained that numbers don't lie. You know, go with the numbers and stuff like that. But I mean, we can't deny that there have been times where maybe they could have pushed the boat out a little, and that's where my frustrations come from it, especially over the switch to the stadium. Because I mean, we went 3 transfer windows without signing players when they could have put their hands in their pocket and provided the right sort of investment and the right sort of players for when we move into that stadium. And that's where my frustration comes with them, that we didn't need to go through 3 windows without, especially when you look at other owners who have put money in their pocket, who have put money into the club and aided the club and helped the club in terms of transfers and stuff like that, and getting in the players that the managers want. I mean, like, there's no point in bringing in managers and not giving them money to be able to implement and stamp their style on team, especially with like, you know, with some of the managers we have. I mean, Pochettino wanted backing. They didn't back them, they sacked them. Jose Mourinho wanted backing. Now, okay, they backed them, but not adequately. Not adequately. I mean, they brought in Joe Hart, they brought in Matt Doherty, Jack Clark. There was a couple of others there. I mean, not good enough for the transfer window. Nuno, okay, look, that's with Nuno. Hopefully now with Conte, they have learned their lesson and they will back him in terms of what he needs. Because the thing is, Sean, if you don't give a manager what he needs, or you don't give a manager a certain 1 or 2 players, it's very hard for him to stamp his authority or implement what he's trying to do, because usually most managers will bring in someone of their style or someone that maybe has worked with them before to be able to spread their message throughout the dressing room.
But is the manager going to... So 2 questions to that, Dave. Is the manager going to be... You know, is Conte going to be deciding who Tottenham buy in January, or is Paratici? And if Conte's doing it, then why do we need Paratici? And if Paratici's doing it, then it doesn't matter who the manager is, right? It's Paratici's gig. That's his role. And the second question is, what chairman in the Premier League do you look at within the last 3 or 4 years who has spent money that they didn't have that has turned out to be a success?
Liverpool owners. They backed Klopp and won the Champions League and the Premier League.
But Liverpool work within their means as well. Liverpool work within the same means that Tottenham do. Man City and Arsenal, Man City and Chelsea don't.
No, they don't. Liverpool's owners have put in 200 and odd million out of their own pockets. Our business model, like, our owners have not put in a cent.
But Liverpool haven't built a new stadium.
No, that wasn't the question, though, Sean. You asked me what owners. You can't change the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalposts. Let's keep the goalposts where they are.
You asked me what owners have put in money out of their own pockets in return for their investment, and I would say Liverpool. The reason why I'm not picking City and Chelsea, because I'm not asking them to go and throw 700-800 million. I mean, that's just that. I wouldn't ask anyone to do that. But in terms of owners that have put money into a club and seen the return on the investment, I would say Liverpool owners, and let me tell you why. Because like Pochettino, Klopp was close to a league and close to a Champions League. They ended up backing him and getting in the keeper that he so desperately needed and stuff like that. And they went. But what Liverpool have done is they have actually improved their stadium. They built on a bigger stand and everything else at that stadium as well. But they backed them and they went and won a Premier League and a Champions League. And we were at that same phase with Pochettino. We got to a Champions League final. Okay, what do? Do you back him and bring in a couple of players and go again like Liverpool done with Klopp, or do you sack him? And we chose to sack him.
Yeah, but the worst thing that could have happened to Tottenham in its progression was to get to the Champions League final. Absolute worst thing that could happen. And I'll tell you why. Right? Liverpool were on a progressive improvement march, right? And they brought in, and they were, like I said, I know I'll take Liverpool as your answer, even though I actually disagree. I somewhat disagree with the premise that they gone without their above and beyond their means, and I'll
Sean, it's stats. It's factual.
Yeah, well, it's factual, but it's not. It's also there's always context you can take, Dave, and that's what I'm going to do on the channel that I'm not going to promote because it's not ready yet. But on my channel, when it gets going, it's all going to be. It's not going to be about your amazing content. I'm not going to compete with you guys. You're fantastic. I'm going to take my. I'm going to focus on the finances of football, and I'm going to rip apart the rule book and give everyone a different kind of perspective on how finances in football work, because it's the only thing I'm kind of knowledgeable on, right? Or at least knowledgeable on finances, and hopefully I can take it to football. Anyway, long story short, I do think that for every Liverpool that you find, you've got one example with a great Liverpool team, but there's across the Mersey, you've got Everton who are doing what you would have us do and are struggling. I know they won tonight, but they've won tonight and they're now 12th in the league, right? So and they spent
do you not think that's down to their board's mismanagement?
Yeah, but that's the same as Liverpool, right? You could say the same thing. Like Liverpool spent the money that you in your eyes they went above and beyond to spend, and they happened to pick the best coach in world football, who became the best coach in world football at the moment. They happened to buy Mane, who became a superstar. They happened to sell Suarez at the right time. They happened to do all these amazing things that just created this cocktail of amazing output. But for every situation like that, there's a Leeds United, there's an Everton, there's another example of people that go, let's throw money. And Tottenham are Tottenham are perfect.
Not everyone
example.
can handle the money smartly, is I guess what you're saying.
Yeah, and you buy. We thought Ndombele was going to be a superstar, a game changer. 65 million spent, and all we've got is a lazy, overweight, entitled, idiot, right? And you've got Lo Celso, who thinks he'd rather be on a plane to Paris, as the last guy was saying, and who'd rather be playing for Argentina than playing for Tottenham.
To Buenos Aires,
Yeah, exactly, right.
So, do you know what the difference between Liverpool and Tottenham are? Liverpool went and done their homework on Mane. They knew he was a good human being. The way he lived off the field, how religious he was, how much he cared about people. We didn't.
But the Liverpool owners aren't doing that. But the person who's gone and pulled 200 million out of his American pocket is not doing that homework. There's an employee at Liverpool that's doing that we don't have. So, like I said to you on the last chat, it's not an investment. It's not a lack of investment. It's the thing is, Sean, poor investment.
Sean, he brought in someone that he trusts, that knows will run it properly. That's the thing. He got to that point. So therefore, he knows with this guy in charge, someone he believes in, someone that he knows can do the job, whoever he brings in, he's going to back him with the cash to do it because he knows it's going to be the right appointment.
Right.
So that's why
Daniel Levy tried to do the same thing, right? It just hasn't worked out yet.
So what? We have to suffer because of Daniel Levy's mismanagement.
To a degree, until you can find someone who's willing to pay $2 billion to buy, or £2 billion to pay for the Tottenham club, which, like I've said before, the Tottenham Hotspur valuation, and again, this is something that I will try to rip apart on the channel that I'm going to be focusing on. To value a football club, it's not about here's the statistic, right? How much do you think Tottenham's female football club, the football team in the WSL, what slice of the pie do you think that is as a contributing factor is currently and will be in the next 5 years?
I mean, it's not really given very much money at the moment, and it's not really making a lot of money, but it also should be. There are bigger clubs like Liverpool, though, that don't give any money to their women's team, and their women's team is in the second league at the Women's Super League at the moment, which is shameful when you think about it. It's like absolutely shameful, the club of that size, to have done that. Most clubs only give about 2-3% of any sort of revenue made at all, towards the women's side. So probably it's going to be worth more in future, but it's pretty shameful for a club like Liverpool to not have given any money to their women's team.
Right. Okay. But distribution to the team versus potential revenue from it, right? I'll give you a statistic. The Tottenham's female team have only been in the women's WSL for 3 seasons, right? Mm-hmm. But in 2019, when Tottenham were first in, when we had our new stadium, this is in their first season, Tottenham Arsenal female WSL game had a 39,000 attendance.
Okay.
If that had happened 2 years earlier, that would be the highest Tottenham home attendance ever recorded since White Hart Lane was rebuilt as an all-seater stadium. Yet the Women's Super League, Tottenham's female wage bill contributes about 0.5% to what Tottenham's men's team is, right? And I know this. I know the cost of the tickets to go and see the female team is not what it is to see the men's team, but the aim there, right? And if you can see the trajectory, like that is something that, to your point, you want, Dave, you're saying we should trust, like if Liverpool's chairman is so fantastic and they're willing to spend money, Daniel Levy is seeing future.
No, this is the thing. I'm not saying the Liverpool chairman is fantastic. I answered your question. You said, name me an owner that put in money and has got the return on investment. And I named you the owner, the Liverpool owner. I never said he was fantastic. I answered your question.
But there's so you did answer my question. You absolutely did answer my question, and I'm not criticizing you for answering it. I'm just saying that Daniel Levy's methodology is slightly different, right? And he has a different vision that will have a different source of income. And I think if you look at the things like the WSL, I know it doesn't matter to us now because we don't give a shit about that. We care about whether Harry Kane's going to score on Saturday. But ultimately, the chairman he doesn't deserve the shit show that every angry Tottenham fan throws his way. And I want to dispel that rumor because not that I'm a fan of his, but I'm a fan of the strategy and the investment that he puts in.
Sean, he created the shit show. He's
It's not a shit show. It's not a shit show, mate. We're doing fine.
You said it wasn't a second ago. You said it wasn't a second ago. But he created it. He created it. He won't put his losses on players that are not good enough. He's the one that has employed the people to bring these players in. Everything points back to him ultimately. So why shouldn't he get us out of the shit show?
But we're not. When I say that we're in a shit show, I mean the shit show that other people think we're in. I don't think we're in a shit show. I think we're doing just fine. I think
Sean, we've gone from challenging for the Premier League, a Champions League final, getting to finals of League Cups, semi-finals of FA Cups, competing on every. Sitting here talking about a Europa League conference game on Thursday. We were talking about starting right back last year.
Hold up, Dave. Right,
they created this shit show. It is a shit show.
No, hang on. We went from a nobody team. We went from an also ran every single season, and then under Pochettino, like I said, I didn't get back to making my point because I was going off on tangents. It's my fault. That's my verbosity for you. But I think that the worst thing that could have happened was getting to the Champions League final because we were a team that didn't deserve to be a Champions League finalist. With all due respect, I know that people are going to hate me for calling us out as what we were, but we're not a team that could consistently do that. And when you have players who suddenly get to the promised land and they're knocking on the door, and then the door's locked. We don't quite make it because of, it might have been the handball in the first minute that ruined the game, but ultimately we didn't deserve to be there. And then all of a sudden, all those players go, I was almost a Champions League winner. And most of those players will never get to that spot ever again in their career. Then
I agree with you.
What do you do next? And it was the same when you said we almost won the Premier League. We never almost won the Premier League. We ran a Leicester City, close one season when every other team was way below par. Like we weren't really there. And Leicester weren't really there. It was an anomaly. It wasn't.
Sean, you're in a title race. Come 30 games. If there's 8 games left and you automatically win it, it's been the same since the Premier League started, and it'll be the same till it's finished. If you're in it and coming up to 30 games, you're in a title race. Whatever happens from 30 games onwards, if you bottle it, that's on you. But you are in a title race. Let's not mix this up. You're in a title race.
Dave, God forbid we won that.
I'm not asking to get to the Champions League final. I'm asking to get to the Champions League final every single year. I mean, we've been in the Champions League for the thing is, I was on board with the project. You know, but I'm off board with Levy's project now because it doesn't work. I mean, we were in the Champions League. We were competing on the league. We were competing on all cups. We were competing on all in all areas in all cups. We were competing. Now we're nowhere near it. We are nowhere near it, and that comes down to the top. Nobody else. They're the ones that haven't overseen where their money's gone to, whether it's gone to the right places. They will not cut the losses in terms of players they brought in. They keep them around here, expecting us to turn up to the stadium or pay for our subscriptions and keep watching this crap. What they need to do is cut their losses, like most other big clubs do around the world. Cut your losses and get the next guy in. They do not want to do that, and they're doing that at our expense, at the fans' expense, not at theirs, at ours. And the reason why
it's not our expense.
It is
our expense, Dave.
How is it not?
You pay to go and watch a game of football, mate. Like, how many people that say Tottenham haven't won a trophy in 10 years? How many teams have won a trophy in the last 10 years? How many teams have won a trophy?
Leicester's come from Division 2 up to win.
Okay, they're the exception. They're the exception, right? They won a Premier League.
You just asked me to name a club. I just named you one. You can't.
No, I didn't ask you to name a club. I said how many teams.
Yeah, but when I answer, you can't say, "Oh, that's an exception." You can't ask the question. Like,
I'm asking you. There's 200 football teams. There's 200 football teams in the somewhat English
pyramid.
league, right? In the pyramid. There's 1,000 other football teams on semi. How many teams? Manchester City, like the one cup that we think is imminently winnable every season, the Carling Cup, the Carabao Cup. Man City have won it the last 6 years on the bounce, right? Yeah. How many teams? When was the last time Everton won a cup? I know Arsenal won one recently.
Hang on. So what? You mean just roll over and not have any aspirations?
No, I'm not saying don't have any aspirations. I'm just saying that. No, it's not what I'm trying to give. Well,
you're saying how many teams have won trophies? I mean, well, okay. What do you want us to do? Just roll over and not have any expectations?
No, have expectations, but have.
You don't want us to dream at the start of every season. Every fan, every fan, has a dream of winning the league. Every single fan, and that's why they support the club. After that, after it goes away, people will keep paying for tickets and things to support the club. But ultimately, at the end of the day, what they want is a successful Tottenham. And it is at our expense because we're the ones that have to keep paying to watch that crap. And
it's not crap.
No, it is. It has been crap. It's been absolutely woeful the last 2 years. Let's not sugarcoat it. It's been absolutely woeful. The football has been crap. And the thing is, it is at our expense. I mean, because they know that us fans, regardless, are going to keep paying to watch our team. Because for us, it's a way of life. It's a football club that we love, and they know you will never ever change a football club.
And it's the most expensive ticket.
For them, it's a business.
You're not entitled. You're not entitled to win anything. If you did win, listen. Of all the teams that win things regularly, Manchester United have got $1 trillion fucking brand, right? Hang on a second, Dave. And Man United got $1 trillion brand, and they spend what they can afford. We can't afford to live on their level. Man City have got owners with pockets deeper than. You could dig away to China and you wouldn't get to the bottom of their pocket.
Why is our season ticket more expensive than Man City's or anyone else across Europe?
It's like saying, why is the sky blue?
No, Sean. Sean, you can't do that, man. You just said so. You just said we have no or no demand and stuff like this.
So you would lower your expectations. You would lower your expectations if Tottenham were to reduce their share, the price of their season ticket, so that it was just lower than Chelsea's, it was just lower than Arsenal's, but it was still above West Ham's. Then you would go, all right, now I'm comfortable with our position. Is it really the cost? Is it the cost of the ticket that really offends you, or is it the fact that we're not winning when there's only 3 or 4 teams that ever win anything anyway?
First of all, what I will say, there's many people out there that are Spurs fans that cannot afford it. Yes, in a way, it does offend me in a way. And the fact that people, not me because I don't have a season ticket, but people that pay for a season ticket, right? Let's be honest. Why are they paying? So you said Man City get trophies, everything else. Their owners pump so much money in so their fans can win trophies. Same as the Chelsea owners. Well, then if we don't want to operate like that as a business model, then why as a business model do they charge us more than everybody else? That's not good business model, then, is it? It's not fair. You can't say, well, we're not that business model from one team, and then sit there and defend the cost of the season ticket when also that's a bad model. You can't say.
Okay. So here's a justification. Here's a justification for you. Okay, and this gets into financial, like understanding finances. But the Tottenham Stadium cost over $1 billion, right? When you're doing, who wanted the stadium?
Did those fans ask for
the 120,000 people that were on the season ticket waiting list in a 36,000 seater stadium wanted a bigger stadium so they could get a chance to pay the season ticket prices that you find that are extraordinarily high, so they could get a chance to watch their Tottenham team every week. And you know what? Hang on a second, Dave. Hang on. Let me ask a question. Let me get a point across. Right now, they have a 67,000 seater stadium. They still have an 85,000 seat waiting list. So when you say the tickets are too high, they're a business. They're trying to figure out how can I afford to pay that player that you want so badly that Tottenham don't have, that Man United can afford, that everyone else can afford. This is how you do it.
When it comes to the stadium, you said that us fans aren't the ones paying for it. But now when it comes to the price of the season tickets and the business model, now you're saying we're the ones paying for it. So
wait, what? No, wait. Say that again. What did I say?
You were saying that the fans aren't the one paying for the stadium and stuff like that. But when it comes to the price of the season ticket, you justify it because of the stadium.
No, of course they're paying. Of course we're paying for the stadium. Of course we are. How else do you slice? How else do you butter your bread?
You said earlier on we weren't. They were.
No, I didn't. No. Who did I say was paying for the stadium before?
You said it all comes from them. You said it all comes from them, from their owners. They're entitled to do what they want with their money. We have no say in it. But now you're saying
they're running a business, mate. Let me ask this: what phone do you have, Dave? What phone do you? Do you have an Apple? Do you have an iPhone?
I'll rephrase this. No, I don't have an iPhone. I hate Apple. What I will say to you is so let me rephrase this. So when it comes to spending money, what business do you know that when their product is shit, charge an extraordinary price to come to buy their product? That's not good business. They get away with it because they know fans are loyal and they'll get there and they will go no matter what. And people will work extra days just for the ticket.
And that's fine, mate. That's how business works, Dave.
We're talking about business. So we're talking about a business model. Yeah. So what business puts out a shit product and charges high prices for it when they know it's a crap product? Say, for instance, say Apple or Man City, they invest in their products, they'll spend whatever it takes to get the very best, and they charge high prices for it.
No. But Apple is not Man City, Dave. Hang on, Dave. Wait. No, hang on. Let me, because I wanted to use Apple as the example. Apple have a cult following, akin to what you believe that Tottenham fans have. Apple take advantage of their fan base. Every year, they bring out a new phone that looks the same as last year's phone, and it has another fucking camera, another fucking thing that nobody needs, and they charge another $1,500 or another £1,000 for that, and everyone pays it. Yes, please. Please let me stay in charge. Let me stay on top of this Apple cult because I need to be in it, right? It's no different, mate. The same with Tesla, the same with Amazon. Every successful business has a product or a service or an offering that keeps people coming back. And you might think that a football club is different.
Sean, let me finish making my point. Okay. So Apple, right? They say a lot of people say Apple are better than Android. Margin higher than Apple for their products because they know it's not as good. Then why should we be paying for the highest cost across season tickets if they know the product that they aren't delivering is good? Why are we paying more?
So your argument is whoever wins the league, whoever wins the Premier League, they should be entitled to pay the most.
No, I'll stop you there. That's not my argument.
So what's your argument?
I just said my argument. I just clearly I just said,
I love you.
Why should we pay more for a season ticket than Man City and Chelsea? Why?
So that we can compete with them.
No, because we're not competing with them. Because the owners will not put in any money. We can't compete with them. City and Chelsea owners are putting in astronomical amounts of money. We will
It's a
never
different game. Roman Abramovich is. No, I'm not changing the argument. I'm not changing. I'm not. Listen, I'm not changing the argument. Okay, Dave, I'm not changing the argument. Chelsea is owned by an oligarch that has like 25 billion. He uses Chelsea as a money laundering system.
Let me tell you why I think you're changing the argument. Because you just said we're charging the ticket prices. How do you expect us to compete with them when we're not going to help put in the money along with what already we're generating to be able to compete with them?
Look, I asked you this before, right? How much money? You know, because listen, we can go back and forth. I don't agree with you that a football club is any different to any other business. Just because you have a loyal fan base, right? That will. It's not any different. It's no different to any other. Football. So yeah, well, so this is the thing. This is where we differ. Okay, you think then that that the owner of a football club should run it at a loss in order to appease the desires and the demands of a fan base who will always want more, and there's only so much silverware that's available to be won, and yet only a handful of clubs win it. And if Tottenham, here's the question I asked you before. Here's the question I'll ask you again: How much money should Daniel Levy give to Conte that will keep you happy? And how much money is not enough for you to stop with this rhetoric that Daniel Levy does not invest his own money in the club?
First of all,
how much money?
First of all, it's not rhetoric because it's stats and it's factual. They haven't invested a penny.
They don't invest their own money. But guys, 2 more minutes or 3 more minutes, please. 2 more minutes.
Hang on, Sean. It's fact.
I'm not saying anything. Or Dave, I'm the one saying 2 minutes or 3 more minutes, please, because we do have more guests to get to. There are a lot of people that I think are getting, a bit kind of tired of this. So maybe you guys can settle this on your own at some stage. But yeah, 2 minutes or 3 more minutes, please.
Sorry, guys.
Say what you're saying, Dave.
No, look, it's facts. They haven't put any money in. There was stuff released last week. It's facts. You can run away from them all you want. It's factual. They haven't invested zilch into the club. Now, what I would say is, like I said, a football club, whether you like to believe it or not, Sean, it's a different sort of business to go on and open up your own shop. It's completely different. First of all, it was a football club before business ever came into it. When you buy a football club, I mean, you don't hear Abramovich saying what you just said there. Well, why should I? He understands it. He understands that as a football club, you have loyal followers. They want to see a good product on the pitch. So he will put the money in to also give them that. He understands it. As a football club, it's a complete different business. Completely different. So it should be operated differently. There has to be a bit of give and take. I mean, if they want to charge extortionate fees, well, then they have to provide the players and good performances on the pitch. It's fair. That's fair in my eyes. If you're going to ask the fans to pay the most expensive season ticket, I also believe it's the most expensive football jersey to buy as well, and a lot of money. Yeah. So if they're going to charge us all that,
why is your anger not for every season ticket someone buys, £5 of that goes to paying the salary of Ndombele, right? Or it goes to paying the salary of Lo Celso. It goes to paying the salary of Davinson Sanchez. Rather than going, this guy isn't doing enough for us, he's throwing money at it. The players that have been bought, back to Jack's point, I think I agree. I don't think it's lack of investment. And for you to say that it needs to be.
What money did he throw at? How much?
Mate, well, this is where you and I are never going to agree.
Hang on. Answer my question. You said he threw money at it. I want to know how much you think he put in it.
£150 million was spent on those 3 players. It didn't come from someone else's yacht sale. It came from the profits of the business. But that's how businesses work, mate.
Right. So my next question, follow-up
question. That's how businesses work.
No, follow-up question. Follow-up question, Sean. If that was his own money, would he have done more homework into the players he was?
If it was his own money, what, sorry?
If it was his own money, would he have done a lot more homework into the players that he was signing? If it was his money, do you think we'd still see Ndombele and Lo Celso at the club? Because I can tell you now, we wouldn't.
Oh man, that's a massive stretch, mate. He's an accountant. He's not a football scout.
No,
He doesn't know
answer
his Lo Celso from his arsehole. Like,
answer my question. Answer my question directly. If it was his money, would he take better care on spent?
I think it's a redundant question, Dave. He's not a football scout, mate. He doesn't know whether Lo Celso is going to turn it up. And you know what? Like Lo Celso turns it on every time for Argentina. Why doesn't he do it for Tottenham? That's not Daniel Levy's fault. It's not Daniel Levy's fault that Ndombele is a lazy guy.
Sean, you didn't want to answer the question. So
I can't answer it. How do I know? How do I know whether? Sorry, Jack.
I've kept the timer.
I'll let you guys go.
I just want to finish. I just want to finish here. You didn't answer my question because what I would say to you is money, a better person employed, and they will put more homework into Ndombele and the Celso. All business people operate like that. When it's their own money, they're more diligent with it than when it's not their money. It's a fact of life and it's a way of life.
Who puts their own money? When you make that statement, who puts their own money into a business, mate? It doesn't, like, you put your seed money in. It just doesn't work that way after a business is just...
Who puts money into their own business? How do you think they get started?
Yeah, at the start, but after like a year, a business needs to survive on its own merits. Like you're looking at Abramovich. It's for Abramovich, it's a toy. It's a money laundering operation. You're looking at the same for Man City and the same for Newcastle. They're not. You can't cast that broad brush, mate. It's not the same. Liverpool is a fair example, but Liverpool don't take a different option.
Hang on, but it's okay when you want to compare us to them. So we're not allowed to when it's the other side of the argument, but when you want to, we're not allowed to.
I'm not comparing. I'm saying those three teams are entirely different, right? The only football club that is a fair comparison is Liverpool, but they've made different choices with their investments. They haven't reinvested in a new football club, in a new stadium. Everton haven't. They put all their money in players. We've gone a different path with the money. It's not the same.
First of all, Everton.
Dave, I'm going to have to interrupt it. Dave, I'm going to have to interrupt it. I'm going to have to interrupt it, Dave. I've kept the timer for it.
Second of all, Liverpool have improved their stadium as well, just to let you know.
Okay.
I love you, Dave. I love you, Jack. I'm gonna walk away.
I've enjoyed it, and I would say I think this should have been saved for maybe a different sort of debate, maybe on its own sort of channel. So maybe we'll hit you up for it, Sean. Actually keep the debate for an actual show. Keep the debate for an actual show. Just maybe not a fan show where we do have other guests in line. We do want to respect that. No, it's John. It's not your fault. Believe me. We do want to respect their time. We do want to respect their time. And Sean, honestly, well done, my man, though. Absolutely well done, brother. You honestly held your own there, brother. You held your own.
Just before I jump off, right?
Generous contribution as well, brother. Thank you very much.
Oh, you guys are worth every penny. I absolutely adore what you do. And I'm so sorry. Last thing, if anyone is interested in the financial side, I have got a YouTube channel. It's just Spurs Talk, not Spurs Talk Show. But Spurs Talk Show is the Twitter channel. There's very little content on it right now. But I am going to be doing the football analysis on the financial side. So if you want to dig into this conversation more, that's where you can find me. Guys, I'm so sorry to ramble on, Dave. I love you, Jack. You're amazing.
Sean, do not.
No, you poked the bee's hive. You poked the bears. You poked the bear's cave there. You got David into it. It's not your fault, Sean. You got your minutes worth.
Do you know what it is? With Sean, I could shake the living shit out of him at times, but I do like him. That's the way it is. I could kill him at times, but we love each other. It's same as him. He could kill me at times, but at the end of the day, we love each other, and that's what it's about, Sean. So look, big yourself up, my man. I'll see you again very soon.
Keep doing what you do, guys. Love you guys. Speak to you soon.
We'll have you on for maybe one of these very soon, Sean. Honestly, that's fantastic. Good crack as well. But Sean, really appreciate you, brother. We'll catch you very, very soon, my man. We'll keep in touch.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Well done, my man.
Big up, Sean.
Kuva99 with a super chat saying, you can choose to buy a different brand when it's a phone. You can't pay to watch a different Tottenham. Our loyalty is exploited, in my opinion. I completely agree with you, Kuva. I completely agree with you. I feel like, that's maybe a pretty solid argument. You can never, that comparing maybe sometimes, brands or, sort of like, I don't know, commercial entities to maybe something like a football club, it is a bit of a stretch because at the end of the day, you don't really choose your club chooses you, and you're pretty much stuck with that club for the rest of your life, unless you're an Arsenal fan and you just kind of choose to be a fan of a different club, when it's not going so well for you. But really, I completely agree, Kuva. I completely agree. They're two very different things, two very different entities. One you're pretty much stuck with for the rest of your life, my man. And I really appreciate it as well, Kuva. Fantastic comment. Moondog saying, well said, Kuva. I agree 100%. Yeah. Kuva's just preaching to the choir. Moondog saying, wrap this up, Jack. I was trying my best, Moondog. I was trying my best, brother, to try to step in when I could. Emily Dunn saying, great debate. Hope you're still mates after this. It seems like they are, Emily. It seems like they are, but pick yourself up, Emily. Well said. Really appreciate you as well. The bottom Duda saying Conte never asks for the Haalands and the Mbappes of the world. He asks for the players who are fairly cheaper, and he produces his results. There you are, the bottom Duda. He doesn't need world class players at his disposal. He doesn't need the upper echelons of world football players in order to come in to do a job for him. He can make do with the Ben Davieses of the world and actually do a job with them. The problem is that, like every other manager at this club, they can only go so far with outperforming players like a Ben Davies, outperforming players like an Eric Dyer. They eventually need those upgrades. They eventually need those players that actually will be that type of marquee sort of signing that they've been looking for. Conte doesn't ask for the best. In fact, I think he's solely kind of managed clubs at a time when they weren't really investing a lot. When he was at Chelsea, they weren't really investing too much when you think about it. When he was over at Inter, they weren't exactly investing too much either. It's just he did leave those clubs because they weren't investing after he achieved a lot of success with those clubs, and he asked for investment after he achieved something with them. But what happened was that they didn't invest basically in the ways that he wanted when he basically proved to them that he's totally worth it. So I think that's the only thing with Conte. If he succeeds with Spurs this season and he doesn't actually get any sort of investment whatsoever, he'll be out the door because he'll say, listen, I did what I could with an absolutely draw squad, but if you're not going to back me after me showing my hand and proving what I can do, then he'll leave. I mean, I couldn't say it better myself. To bottom Duda, well said. He's not asking for the Haalands or the Mbappes of the world, my man. Well said, brother.
No, big up, John.
And then Moondog saying, so what phone have you got, Dave? LOL. Dave, maybe you might as well.
I've got a Samsung Galaxy. Cheaper. It's cheaper. I won't be paid. I won't be ripped off.
I guess so. But we do have some more guests to get to. We do have Kuva coming on for this one. And, I'm going to maybe punish David here where I have to go to the little boys' room for this one. So, Kuva, you and David take it away for a minute, and I'll be right back.
You could have went with me and Sean were debating.
I kind of wanted to keep a timer on it, and I don't even want to inform you how long that was. But yeah, I'll be right back, everybody. Kuva, take it away, my son. What did you make of the Norwich match? What maybe in particular was your man of the match? Whatever you want to talk about, feel free to go. Or even just comment on what was just said earlier. Your time is yours.
No, I think we're done with that.
Me as well.
You know when you find a button and you don't quite know what it does and you press it out of curiosity and then you spend an hour frantically trying to turn the thing off. Don't know why that came to mind all of a sudden. No, big up, Sean. That was getting a bit intense, wasn't it? I don't think we were ready for that at this time of night.
No. Definitely, maybe not. I guess we weren't prepared for it. I do apologize, guys. The first time I messed up, it's Norwich, as I try my best with it. But it's probably just the accent coming through. But Kuva, what in particular, maybe, was it maybe a performance that flattered us? Maybe could Norwich have maybe scored a bit more? Was 3-0 fair to us? How do you feel about the result in general?
3-0 was fair to us. Should have had more, I think, maybe. But it was good. I mean, Norwich tried to pack the midfield, made an unusual switch we weren't expecting and putting a 5-man midfield in. And we struggled to get hold of the ball for periods of that, but we adapted and realised we had the quality to hurt them on the break, and we did that. So I was really pleased with it. I was like, Ben Davies, I'm not going to go on about him either. He's just been magical at the moment. He's in danger of becoming a crowd favourite, dare I say it. That's how well he's improved. Skip was immense. He's getting better with every single game. He's adding new dimensions to his game we didn't think he had. Norwich, well, I was saying on the pre-match build-up, I was expecting Skip to do well because he'd played for him last season. You always want to put one over on your old club. But he was just rolling it. Everything he did was gold. Højbjerg, it's sort of swapped roles because I was expecting Skip to be the sort of anchor role and Højbjerg to push forward, and it was going the other way round, and it was really nice to see. Then you got Lucas Moura, who I've criticised openly so many times. What a performance and what a goal! It seemed to me like he was playing with his head up when he was in open play as well. A lot more than usual, because usually it's straight away he's into dribbling it instantly to go forward. Don't know whether that was instructions for him before, but he had a much better all-round game and a magic goal on the end of it. I was really pleased for him. More please, Lucas, more.
Just quickly, I'll take Dermot's super chat, Tottenham Tantrum Gold. Sorry, Dermot, I missed it, man. I was in the middle of debating Shawnee. He says, Levy or Enoch have never backed Tottenham. Sugar, for all his faults, did back his managers. Levy and Enoch have put the club in debt. 100%, my man, 100%. Agree more with you. I could not agree more with you. But big up support.
No,
Support.
You're starting to lag again, David. Is it something to do with me?
Don't know what.
It's all right. I think it must be my aura. Oh, sorry?
It's been fine all show, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, up until now. Yeah, I think it must be something I'm secretly trying to take over your spot on all the channels.
I don't know. Don't know what it is. And Moondog says, I still don't trust Sanchez. What would you say to that, Kuva?
I think he's been doing okay. He always looks a bit clumsy, but even when he's been clumsy in the last couple of games, he's actually done a good job for us. Yeah, it's one of those players. I mean, if he improves, we could be saving ourselves an awful lot of money in the transfer market. But perhaps he's just one that takes a little bit more time to get his confidence back. I've got to say, I absolutely loved the way he reacted after scoring his goal against Norwich. He was like bigging it up. I am the man sort of thing. And it's like, yeah, he's taken on board all that criticism. It's like defiantly showing I'm still here. And Dyer was buying into that with the chest bump and everything. I loved it. I felt really pleased for him now. Yeah, I mean, there's so many positives in the game. That's at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. We're just worrying about how thick, how deep the squad is going to be, because we see that what we think is the first 11 now, and we see what we think are the sort of the misfits playing at Moura. But how many people are improving in the meantime? Because Conte's certainly doing that for players. The interesting one for me is the talk about on Bergwijn at the moment, because he's been a big disappointment, partly through constantly being injured and then letting us down a bit when he does have a chance. But the talk of him playing through the middle as a striker, and then somebody mentioned, he looks like he's put on a lot of weight up top, and I just thought, wasn't that a tactic for when with Lukaku to beef him up and becomes that really powerful player going through the middle? It was just a thought that occurred to me, but can't see it somehow. It seems so out there, but you never know with Conte. The way he transforms wing backs into central defenders and wingers into wing backs, it's you'd never know what sort of trick he's got up his sleeve. But yeah, overall, really happy. I mean, Harry Kane, I love the fact he was that one bit that showed me he's on the way back for me was when he received the ball under pressure, and he does that thing he always used to do. He shrugs the player off, just like a horse does, but to a rider it doesn't want, and then powered forward to the center of the edge of the box, and he unleashed a shot, and I just thought this is going in the bottom corner, but it didn't. It was straight at the goalkeeper. I think as soon as those start going in again, it's Harry Kane's back. But
I called him a gazelle multiple times in the watch along. I was like, he's running wrong. He's running along the prairie.
Yeah, do you think it ties in with his extra fitness he must be getting from the training again?
Who knows?
We were talking about this the other week, weren't we? Well, yeah, it could be. It could be. But they're promising signs anyway. Even if he's not on top form, he's still doing a job.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it could actually get better from here with Harry Kane, is a bit enlightening when you kind of think about it, because I feel like his link-up play has been unbelievable. His creativity has been sensational. Of course, he just needs that goal, but, the fact that we've been scoring, I guess, without Harry Kane again, we're winning games without Harry Kane. We're not relying on him so much like we did under Jose Mourinho is maybe a bit of a good sign when you consider it, despite the fact that we have relied on him before and we should rely on him. At the moment, we're not really, which is, to a degree, a good sign.
Shall we do this super chat?
Yeah, Govan says, is top 4 still possible with the COVID outbreak? Of course it is, my man. Of course it is. Look, Govan, I wouldn't worry too much. It could be like what happened earlier on in the season. They tested positive, the next day they tested negative, and they could play. So I wouldn't be too concerned about it yet until they go through their next round of testing, and then we will know more. So until then, I mean, there's nothing we can really talk about it until the second round of testing comes out. We won't know exactly how long it is going to affect us for, Govan. But big yourself up. Really appreciate the support. The Bo Amduta says the realistic number 10 available to Saka. Who would you go with, Kuva?
I don't think we should be looking at the sort of our perceived view as a number 10. It's we're playing a different sort of style of football. We do lack energy and numbers in the midfield though. So I heard a rumor about us going for a certain player beginning with B that Jack likes a lot in the middle of the park. Barella.
I think you might like him a bit more, but I think you might be talking about the big itch, I believe.
No, the Barella was the one I heard us linked with today. And
I've actually rated. I just don't. For him, that would be like, picking off the. You're looking at a big shelf, and you're picking up that one from the highest, shelf there is, like the finest bottle of wine. That's what Barella is for me. I think he's one of the best midfielders in the world.
I absolutely agree. He's brimming with energy all game long. He's got stamina to last for 2 years. He could play back-to-back games and wouldn't get tired. That's the sort of player he is.
Get rid of Gio and Tanguy if we get him. Just get rid of him because he would do
both.
Tanguy.
Oh yeah, that lot. Yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah, I would just get rid of them. I would just get rid of them personally if we were able to get someone like a Barella, and I seriously would. Like, there's just no reason to keep any of them around if you have someone like Barella. To maybe answer that number 10 question, you probably want to get somewhat of a competition, sort of similar right winger, that can score goals. Like, I guess goals like Lucas Moura did the other night. Maybe Pedro Goncalves is not a bad choice, considering the guy is absolutely on fire again, coming back from injury. Not a bad choice when you consider it. He'd play that right wing position, could play left wing, can also just score a lot of goals. So maybe he would he'd compete with Lucas Moura at the moment. He'd also be better than Stevie Bergwijn, if you ask me. And he plays like a number 10, despite being more of a winger.
And there is that alternative of working it from the other way around when we're always talking about Brozovic, picking out the passes from the back, sort of being the sort of conductor of everything. And pinging out those long range passes to people, getting the attacks building off the back four. So it doesn't have to be a number 10. It's we just need that creativity from somewhere, don't we?
Yeah, no, well answered. I think we both tag team that quite well, Kuva. But Moondog here with another. Honestly, Moondog, big yourself up here. Really appreciate all the support, my man. Really do appreciate it. Really very generous of you. Says, is it just a case of the players knowing his system under Conte and know what is expected of them? Maybe to you, Kuva, because honestly, that's a fantastic question. Maybe all they need to do is just do their homework on the system and basically know what they need to do, and we can actually get results.
It seems like he's doing the basics, doesn't he? You play here, you do this, go and do it. If they're not doing it properly, he tries to help them do it more in a better way. If they still can't do it, he just picks another player. It's simple. It's management, isn't it? It's you're supposed to be improving the players, and you're supposed to be getting them to play how you want them. So play. I think that's the key. Players knowing what's expected of them. There was a big fuss made about why is Dyer still playing? It's because they listen. They're professional. They've got a good attitude. They want to improve their game, and we see that happening in them. The ones that are off too busy on their little social media accounts and flying off to Paris and singing at the nightclubs.
She make the Galini Paris thing from Kaufman. Explained all my theories, honestly.
I think it's absolutely brilliant. I just love that. First and foremost, you're getting paid huge amounts of money to play professional footballer, to be a professional footballer. You should be thanking your lucky stars. You should be giving everything you've possibly got, every training session, every match. You're playing for the fans, you're playing for your wages. Who pays your wages? The fans do. So those players, they need the biggest kick up the arse of all time. Sort of get some power unit on the back of moon boots, size 24s, and launch them into the river.
Big up Moondog. Really appreciate the support, man.
Hopefully that's a good answer for Moondog. Quickly, I would just say I feel like you can. That's maybe why Ben Davies is doing so well. Moondog is he knows his role. He knows what he's being instructed to do. The same goes for other players in this lineup right now. Reguilon is having a great season because of the same thing. Maybe we're seeing the best of maybe Lucas Moura because Lucas Moura knows what he's doing in this system now. Potentially you're actually bringing the best out of players. When they're given that meticulous sort of instruction, that meticulous sort of role in a system, then you kind of get the best out of them. So great question, Moondog. Honestly, very insightful.
Big up, Moondog. Big up. Kuva, if you were Conte, what would you do this Thursday? Would you go with a full strength team, or would you maybe rest players?
God, that's such a difficult one now, isn't it? Because
especially with Brighton on Sunday.
We can't afford to be playing poorly in league games now. So I think you're going to have to sort of change it up and just see who's looking fresh. Perhaps giving players like half a game, or see what can get out of it with the sort of fringe players. It's going to be a real problem, that game, but which is such a shame, because if only we had the sort of players to just rest a few in key positions and still have something worthy of winning against them, it would be different. Because I'd love to see us take this trophy, and then one of the domestic cups, and then try aim for the top four. I don't think that should be beyond us. I mean, the West Ham game on the 22nd, win that, we're into the semi-finals already. And FA Cup, we've got a nice non-league team the first round, third round. So who knows what we're going to get there? We might have an easy run to there. We could be nicking some trophies if we get our act together at the end, during January, and get these signings in we need. But if we don't get anybody at all, then it's going to be disastrous, isn't it? Because we've seen what our second string's like. So I'm feeling pretty confident with things now.
Yeah. So am I. Just hopefully. Do you know what? I just want us to perform Thursday, no matter who goes out. I just want us to perform, because we need to win. We have to win. It goes without saying. We need the 3 points, and could potentially come down to a bit of goal difference as well.
That's what scares me.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not entirely in our hands, right? So, we kind of have to rely on another fixture. It's almost like World Cup or, kind of group stage of some sorts where you're looking around the league, or it's even like a Premier League title race where you're looking around what's happening around the league and whatnot. It's actually kind of terrifying. I hate those situations.
That's the other thing that complicates it for Conte, isn't it? Because if he does go for it on Thursday, we put out a very strong team, it might not matter anyway. And then he's exhausted some players for the important league game just a few days later. And we could end up losing that because of it. It's a really, really difficult little balancing project he's got here. I wouldn't like to call it myself. I think he's just going to have to play it by ear and see who he feels is tired and needs to be rested, and then just play it sensibly. So I think we'll see a mixture of first teamers and fringe players.
Yeah, I do too. Truth sets you free, Kuva. This is for you. Blowing up on YouTube legend. He's one of our own.
Thank you. The truth sets free. See you on every channel, mate. You're such a good supporter around all the channels. full of enthusiasm. You could even outdo David, I think. Yeah, that takes some doing. But
and just quickly to Truth Sets Free, he did say to Sean, and I feel like I missed it. That's on me, Truth Sets Free. I missed this one. I believe he said to Sean he can lower his handicap from a +8 to a +2 as well. So seriously, like, there you are. I think he said he could do it in 24 minutes, let alone 24 hours. He could do it in 24 minutes. So there you are. I mean, like I said, I can't wait because I haven't played golf in probably over a year and a half now, Truth, and it was 2 years ago I was playing for the first time ever. So if you're able to even recover any sort of skills that I lost, like, honestly, I'd be indebted to you. Big yourself up, Truth. Apologies as well.
Sean Butler, my man, honestly, was do it, my man. Honestly, look, my man, look, me and you were two fiery, passionate Spurs fans. And I'll be honest with you, look, it's what people want to see. Passionate Spurs fans having a debate. There's nothing worse than watching fans have a debate and there's no passion in it. None whatsoever. There's nothing worse. At least we stand by what we believe in and we have a debate, my man. Fair play to you for coming on. I mean, you don't actually take up the most popular of opinions, but you hold your own and you make some good points. No need for the super chat for the excessive airtime. Yeah. I mean, it's first time on the show. I mean, we have to have these debates, Sean. But big yourself up, man. And look, we accept them all here. And no doubt, what I will say to you, Sean, is same time next week. That's what I'll say, brother.
Oh, well done, Dave. Well done.
Big up to Sean as well. He's a really enthusiastic sort of bloke as well. There was no backing down in that little argument. What's that? Could have gone on.
Sean, I'll debate you for your chair next week. We'll put your chair on the line. That's what we'll do. No, but honestly, Sean, no need. Absolute brilliant guest, my man. And look, I'll be in contact, my man. So I'll see you again very soon. But great.
Yeah, we'll be seeing you soon. And David, as much as I laughed at that, I honestly want to see Sean same time next week. So Sean, your therapy session isn't over, my man. Your therapy session isn't over. We've got a lot of work to do with you. So we'll be catching you next week for the same debate. But like two bulls going at it with big horns as well.
Could I just say something quickly on Sean's channel? Yes. I think that'll be well worth a watch because you don't see anybody really attacking it from that viewpoint, do you? The finance side of it. So hopefully he's got a lot of insights for us. I'll take a look at that one.
Yeah. Big up, Sean, though. Really appreciate the huge contributions as well. Thank you for the two big ones tonight, my man. Really goes a long way. Really do appreciate also all the kind words that you said in the beginning as well. David, like you said, it was a big kind of this channel helped him a lot during the pandemic as well, helped a lot of people during the pandemic. So all those kind words that you also said as well, Sean, really, really appreciate you, brother. Really big yourself up.
Yeah. What a legend, Shawnee boy. Shawnee, you're a man. Do not feel bad. Do not feel down. You should be absolutely delighted with yourself.
You should be flying
high. I do this every day for a living. You don't, my man. So big yourself up. Big yourself up, Shawnee. Have a glass of red wine and relax, brother.
Like he was like Lucas, dribbling through, the midfield, just creating chaos. So he was, you should be proud of it. You should be proud of it. Like David said, have a glass of wine or whatever you do to relax, my man, because you deserve it. You deserve it. Well said, Dave.
Really good super chat from Moondog here as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Renzo Cruz. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, go your job back.
No, sorry. Delay. Moondog says Renzo Cruz, so I expect him to rest someone. I mean, he's spot on here. And someone alluded that earlier on that they were second in their league. So, I mean, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, we haven't been talking about it, have we? We're all focused on us. And, it's a really valid point. That could help us out a lot, unless they fancy turning the screw and just getting us out of the competition. So that's also a possibility. But, it's an interesting thought. Be interesting to see what happens on Thursday, what sort of lineup they put out.
Yeah, no, that will, and hopefully they do us the favour, Coover, and bring a weekend squad. Hopefully they fill some of their underage players. That'd be very nice. What do you think of the FA Cup tie? Is more anywhere for you?
Well, mighty Morecambe, isn't it? We've got to be really careful there, haven't we? No, it's just one of those feel-good games, I think. Their players and their fans are going to be absolutely buzzing with that draw. And it'll be nice to give them the good day out at our home ground and then swat them aside like we're expected to. But let them have some fun.
It's not at their ground?
It's not a fair ground.
No, it's not at their ground. I asked.
No,
It's not away.
No,
It's not an away fixture.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's what I
so
mean. Yeah,
at least
So
we
they
know
get
it's
a
going
nice
to be a
big
Mira
payday.
situation. It's not going to be an NS Mira situation, hopefully.
Yeah.
No. I mean, honestly, I don't see that happening again this season, even if we have to send a weakened team out.
Yeah.
I think there's lessons have been learnt there.
Mm.
I think the biggest one for me is at the moment we can't drop Dyer because the defense goes to hell when he's not there.
Interesting. I kind of agree.
And this Conte was him saying, he he has to play in the center of the tree as well. And that he's the main man, and he reckons that should be Dyer's position, and maybe Roden would probably be his backup. And Conte was saying he didn't say he didn't have trust in Roden, but what he was saying, because he was talking about Dyer and Roden, what he was kind of alluding to is basically, look, with Dyer is a bit more consistent. You know what you're going to get from him when you throw him out, and I agree with you. Look, if he gets or that, I do think we could be in trouble, because look, as much as I really like Roden and I'd love it to work out, look, he hasn't really done too much wrong. But I mean, he's 24, 25. Are we really going to see anything different from him going forward? And with the rumors of him going on loan and everything else, where's his head at too,
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, he never seemed like the right fit for us. We weren't the right fit for him. It's unfortunate because he does seem to have some sort of ability. I just don't think he's sort of a team pushing for top four.
He'd be good for like a Burnley when you think about it.
Yeah,
he'd be like a great like Ben Mee replacement, or like something like that, or like Tarkovsky replacement. Considering Tarkovsky is going to be leaving, he'd be a good replacement for him.
It'd certainly learn a lot at Burnley, wouldn't he? Under Sean Dyche,
he would probably love Burnley. He doesn't have to care
really
about where he's passing to. He just has to defend. Get stuck in. A bit of shithousery. I bet honestly, it's tailor made for him.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good shout.
Yeah. Well, maybe I should be Joe Rodon's agent then. Maybe I should be his agent, give him all the, shithousery kind of clubs that, maybe will be best suited for him. But what have you made of even the Ben Davies rejuvenation, Kuva? Because I know you've been on this channel for a long time. For a while, I said, he was my, probably first player to get out of this club until this kind of, new patch of form for him. How do you explain it? How do you explain this patch of form at Ben Davies?
Again, it goes back to that fact that, regardless of what we thought of him, he is a professional and he does listen and he does know his responsibilities. So with the correct coaching, he'll adapt to it. I mean, at the moment, you're thinking we've got no chance of signing the likes of Bastoni. He's well out of our league. But no, it's because he doesn't want to come here and be second fiddle to Ben Davies, does he?
Mm.
I mean,
yeah, true.
He has no competition at the left side center back.
He's not going to be.
He's off for a sec. Oh well, you and I.
It's done it quickly. It's done it quickly there. It's done it quickly. But you and me, Kuva, one more time. One more time. Different question this time. I guess when you think about it as well, Lucas Moura, someone that I feel like you and I have also kind of been a bit skeptical of. He doesn't really pick his head up ever. And then that match, I actually feel like he had vision, creativity, wasn't just skinning guys, just to do it. He was actually picking his head up for once. Was that just because it was a one fluke, sort of performance, or do you feel like he is maybe learning to do this all of a sudden at his age?
Conte works on players' weaknesses, doesn't he? And that was a weakness with Moura. We all knew it. I loved it. That one incident where he would usually start off a dribble from deep when he receives the ball. But he was playing with his head up and he spotted Kane making a run, picked him out nicely. It's the one where Kane chipped it. Unfortunately, it went wide, but it was a lovely weighted ball to Kane. And usually you would have expected Lucas Moura to be running with the ball into the heart of the defence, so which he didn't do. So, yeah, I think his game is adapting. He's looking better and better each week as well, which is great because with his skill set, we could really have an absolute diamond then. He's always been a fan favourite, but when he gets an end result on with all these dribbles and flicks and his goal was just sensational. It was you could watch that over and over, couldn't you?
Do you think it might be? I'd love to score better goals than that, but do you feel like maybe first question goal of the season so far? Second question, could it finish out as being the best goal of the season?
Well, it's got to be a shout, hasn't it? I mean, it was a fantastic bit of skill. The ball round one side of the player, run round the outside of him, then nip it away from the other player, dummy him one way, but back the way you came in the first place. It seemed crazy that in amongst all that many players, he had acres of space when he actually shot. It was really strange. That it was like a surreal little moment, and then when it just absolutely rocketed in, it was like, wow, it was just unbelievable. Sort of
the fact he even took a shot, I was like surprised in that situation as well. He just buried it from there as well. Like no one he didn't have any momentum when you think about it as well. Like after, like he just had a hit.
It's just there, just pure technique. It's fantastic. So I'm really pleased with him. I mean, I had him marginally down, perhaps as man of the match. It was a toss-up for me between him and Skip. But
if you had to pick, who would it be just to satisfy the Harris Army? So we pull an answer out of
I'm going to give it to Lucas Moore. I thought he was at the heart of so much of our good stuff. Then again, Skippy was so good all match.
Two different areas of the pitch. So that's what makes it so difficult.
I'm a huge Skippy fan all the time, so I think I'm going to give it to Moore because I've been critical of him, and I need to big him up when he's done something good. So
I love that answer, Kuba. I love that answer. But maybe any final remarks? I guess now that David's back, any final remarks? Maybe any final words for the Harris Army, my man?
Well, it's just keep on the express. I mean, Conte's taking us places. We'll see just how much of a genius he can be on Thursday, because if he juggles that squad around and we get results in both of these games, that's going to be a real wow, because they're tricky couple of games for us right now.
Yeah.
The COVID thing is on the horizon, though. I mean, that's got to keep a careful eye on that, because that could absolutely sabotage everything at the moment. If it hits us enough that we have to still play games, but it's affected most of our first team, wow, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried, because it seems like that Conference League match is hard to delay when you kind of think about it. It would be like, how do they figure out delaying that one? I just hope that maybe a lot of these players are either vaccinated or, false tests. I guess those are our two hopes, Those are our two hopes, because at least we know.
I can't confirm that Emerson and Gill probably are in that group.
Yeah, I mean, if they're vaccinated, at least we know that their symptoms wouldn't be so bad as maybe players that are not vaccinated. But I mean, it's not a good scenario to be with. It's not a good scenario to be with.
That reminds me. It's another player to pick up as well. Doherty, when he came on for instead of Emerson, he looked good. The nice little flick pass at the edge of the area. I mean, perhaps he's going to do what Ben Davis does on the other side. This is insane.
Back to D'Artagnan.
But anyway, yeah, I've got a lot of confidence in what we're going to do going forward, and I've got a feeling this January transfer window is going to be something now. Too many rumours today to ignore for me. I think we might be getting some big names, or at least one big name, and a couple that fill the spots we need. But good stuff.
Yeah. Cody says apparently these are the names. Look, I know Emerson and Gill are definitely two. Ryan Mason is number 3. I know he has it. Romero, look, he has it, but it's not really going to affect us because he's out injured anyway. I mean,
I know he got vaccinated as well, Romero. I actually know he got vaccinated too. So, continue.
Yeah, I mean, you miss more on Son. I mean, you may as well kiss our attack goodbye for the foreseeable games that they're out. I mean, you're just not going to get forward if they're out.
No, especially then when some of the backups like Hill is also out. So, and Sessegnon suspended for Thursday as well, with scraping the back. Can't even play Davis on the wing then either. No. So are we going to do? We'll have perhaps we'll have to deliberately infect a few extra players so we can get it called off.
Yeah,
do our own lasagna game.
You have to get down to 13 players or have no goalkeepers. So just put it down as all your goalkeepers have it to get the game called off.
quick flight down to Paris in
Yeah.
the middle of the night and party it up with a COVID crew.
Just a nice Galini EasyJet flight down to Paris. Yeah,
Well, he's going to do something for the club, hasn't he?
That'll do it. That'll do
Yeah.
it.
Stuff. You're 100% right.
Big up, Kuva.
All the goalkeepers union on the plane to Paris. That's what we need. Bring Hugo with you. Bring Hugo with you. He loves a glass of red wine.
Well, Hugo will become infected, but I don't think Galini can catch anything.
That is very true. That is very true. Oh, absolutely love it. Anything else you want to talk about, man?
No, I think we're all covered with everything, aren't we? It's just a case of waiting and see what happens because we've got total faith in Conte. That's all I know. I can't think of any fan that's saying no, he's the wrong manager for us. Surely not. You can see the improvements happening, so let's keep the momentum going if we can.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Cody said he's stealing that, by the way.
You're welcome, mate.
You gotta cite it. You gotta cite it though. You gotta reference it. You gotta put a little citation. But Kuva, as always, always smashing it. Everybody find Kuva over on Tottenham Tantrum Gold if you want to catch any more of them. I know everybody pretty much does. Like someone even said before, he's one of our own. He's an absolute goat of the Harris Army, and look how far he's honestly come as well. Kuva, if Dark Sun G doesn't maybe join me for the next stats with Jack, maybe if you're available. Maybe you might do it alongside you.
You're in good hands with Dark Sun G. No
I know I am, but well, it just depends on what he says. It just depends,
Yeah, sure. Like I said to you, anytime if you want me to fill in on anything, I'm happy to do so. Just enjoy. I'm inspired by you two in the first place. I wouldn't even be on YouTube if it wasn't. Oh, he's gone again.
Look, you filled in enough for me this week. So.
About to in a minute, by the sound of it. No, you're back again.
Right. No. Yeah. No, what I was going to say is you've already filled in for me enough this week, so you may as well keep doing it. Honestly, I'm gonna throw this computer out the window shortly. I don't know what's going on with it. I've tried the last 2 days to try and sort it out.
It'd be more the router, Dave. I think you got to throw the router out the window and maybe just potentially, but we'll figure it out.
See, the thing is, I can hear all you fine. Not a problem.
Yeah. But it's all good. It's all good at the end of the day. You're making do. You're making do with what you got. Kuva absolutely smashed it as always, my man. Maybe give Tottenham Tantrum Gold maybe a quick little plug though. Considering really that's where people can find more of you.
It's been said earlier in the evening as well. We do. We have our more Tottenham Tantrum Gold mornings with Ben Kaufman. So we call it the coffee with Tantrum Gold. And he's got this lovely little backdrop of his cafe with the coffee shop and all the machinery behind him, and it's a nice little setting. It makes it a really sort of cozy atmosphere. So we're just happy for people to drop in if they got something to say. We're quite happy to pick them up, put them on the channel, see if they've got something interesting. Then we'll just chat a load of shit basically for about an hour and get on with the rest of the day when there's something more interesting happening.
Love it.
Absolutely.
But, yeah. Otherwise, it's the old classic games that we're doing. We're featuring as many as we possibly can around sort of trying to alternate it 60s, 70s, 80s, and some 90s stuff. Cult heroes. We featured Jurgen Klinsmann earlier today. Started getting a few people interested. So we're hoping to get a bit of Robbie Keane and that sort of thing. I'll keep saying to Dermot we should get more of a link with the Irish thing going because we're so closely connected with the channel here. And Dermot, of course, and I are proud Irishmen too. So perhaps we'll see a bit of Spurs Irish players from past years.
And there's
plenty of good ones.
Yeah,
plenty of good ones to choose from. but anyway, that's what we're all about. So thank you very much again, lads. Pleasure coming onto your channel always.
Pleasure is all ours,
man. Pleasure is all ours. Well said, Dave.
Right, cheers.
All right, and Conte we trust. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Kuva. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you as well.
What a legend.
Big super chat in here from Truth Sets Free, giving Sean the big wishes, saying big up, Sean. Listen, Sean, all I can tell you is that from what I've been hearing from Truth Sets Free. You guys have a lot in common. You guys are both golfers, you know, very interested in investing, and also I believe have a few other, and also probably Spurs is, you know, the main foundation as well that you guys all have in common as well. So Truth Sets Free, pick yourself up. Really appreciate all the support as always, but definitely Sean as well, though. I mean, if you want to get in contact with Truth, just feel free to email David or I. Our emails are in the description down below, so you can basically find us that way. Then we will connect you with Truth Sets Free. I'm pretty sure I saw in the comments that he's given us the big old, you know, go for that one where he wants to be able to have a conversation with you. So big yourself up, Sean, and also big yourself up, Truth. And also Truth, as always, thank you very much for the huge contribution.
Legend. And yeah, look, I'll set you up together. I have Truth Sets Your Free email, and I have Sean's number, so I'll get them connected.
Perfect. Well done, Dave. I believe, if I'm not missing any super chats, we are going to bring it on Ishan. We're going to be bringing on Ishan for this one. I'm looking forward to it as well. You know, someone that's got the European football brain. How are you doing, Ishan?
Hey guys, I'm honestly really happy. We're in some good form. Aside from the Mura game, we're in really good form in the Premier League.
I like that kid as well. You know, nice little Bob Marley Ajax kid as well. You know, that's a decent one right there. Very
when
class.
it came out, I had to buy it. I'm not giving Levy any of my money buying his overpriced kits, man.
Buy the retro kits. That's what I would say. Buy the retro kits, you know, because then that way you're just getting it on like Etsy or Google or like whatever, you know, eBay, you know, whatnot. Maybe buy the retro kits, but I like that Bob Marley kit. That's class.
Yeah, thanks.
That's a rarity, you know. I've tried looking for that. It's a hard one to get now.
Yeah, basically this kit, right? I actually like I made like an Ajax account on the website, and the day it was supposed to come out, I was staying up the whole night waiting for the email, right? I saw the email, it was like 2 or 3 a.m. And then
was it in Dutch or English?
It was in Dutch, actually. So I didn't know anything. I just like the email literally had like Bob Marley written in, and I'm like, oh, this is it. I have to get it. And then I had to wait in a queue for like 10 minutes because their site crashed or something. Yeah, their site crashed. And then, and then I had to wait in a queue. And then, I could only, they limited like each person to buy one only. Because like, you know, people would try to like, you know, buy like 10 and then sell them off for a profit. So yeah.
It's like that Nigeria kit from that one World Cup as well. I believe that one absolutely blew up because it was like a super nice kit. So, you know, I like it. I like it, my man. You know, well done on that one. Clearly, you also had to use your translation skills or even, you know, learn whatever Dutch you could to follow the links. But well done, my man.
Yeah, I had Google Translate open, and then I was just copying and pasting everything.
This is a good story. I'll ask you that maybe later on our second channel. I'll ask you more about that because I do like that. But, you know, what did you make of the match? You know, maybe take it away, you know, what you want to talk about. You know, Ben Davies had a good match. Skippy, of course, is a lot of people's man of the match. Lucas Moura with potentially the goal of the season. I mean, what do you want to talk about that match?
Yeah, I want to talk about defense because our defense is looking good, man.
Yeah.
Dyer, Sanchez, Davies. Like, if you told me, like, even a few weeks ago, yo, these guys are gonna like be consistent performers, they're gonna come up big, I would have said, nah, mate, you're delusional, you're lying. But wow, you know, Pau Torres, who needs Pau Torres? We have Ben Davies.
We still need Pau Torres, that's for sure. We still need Pau Torres.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Considering I was watching Pau Torres' highlights as well, like to even consider Ben Davies having any sort of those highlights. I mean, seriously, I love it. I love it. I love your confidence.
Yeah. And Lucas Moura, oh my God. If you told me Lucas Moura would be pulling off amazing finishes a month ago, I would have said, you're delusional. There's no way that's happening. But it's happening.
Was that the goal of the season for you so far?
Yeah, oh, definitely, man.
Yeah,
definitely.
I feel so as well.
Like probably in like the whole Premier League, that was the best goal so far.
I think better than that Salah one, if you ask me. I actually think, you know, everybody was hyping up that one Salah goal. I thought that was actually better because Lucas Moura not only skinned more men, you know, when you think about it, but he also shot it from outside the box and absolutely roofed it. So I agree with you. I think it was better than even that Salah goal.
Yeah, Conte says that he can't pull off miracles, but that's kind of what he's doing right now.
Yeah. Could not agree more. Super chat here from the Truth Sets Are Free. He says, what a community / family. Nobody has this. I watched around for years. When David Irish Hotspur went on We Are Tottenham TV, I joined an online community for the first time in 41 years. Wow, David. Wow, my man. Honestly, that's insane. That is absolutely insane. I feel so privileged, my man. Honestly, every day I wake up, it's an absolute dream. I pinch myself. Can't believe I'm doing this for a living. And look, long may it continue. I hope so, because look, True Sets for you. I don't know if you know this, but I was very sick before I started this. And, this has been an absolute game changer for me, my man, an absolute game changer. So, look, I really appreciate you, brother. And hopefully you found your community and your home on YouTube, my man. That's all I can say. But, I mean, that's mad. 41 years and you're here at the Irish Hotspur. I mean, big yourself up, man. And honestly, that'll stay with me. I'll remember that, man. So big yourself up for the kind words, brother.
He's also, Dave, like he's become now one of the most like favorite, kind of friends and, kind of brothers as well of, any chat there is, regarding Spurs. Like, if even like being a part of an online community is new to him, I mean, he's taken it in stride. You've taken it in stride, Truth. Seriously. No, he's made it his own, seriously. You've like been probably the best signing, of any sort of Spurs chat, whatsoever, I would say. Seriously. I mean, you've done an incredible job. You made a lot of other people feel at home. You've made a lot of other people feel comfortable. He makes it really kind of lighthearted and warm, I think, for everybody else. So Truth, I just want to say, keep spreading the good vibes, my man. Keep spreading the good vibes and really appreciate all the support as always, brother.
What a legend. What a legend. And he's always bigging me up when I'm on We Are Tottenham TV as well. I do see that Truth Sets You Free, so keep it up, my man. You're an absolute legend. What a hero. And look, maybe one day from over there with Jacko, we might get down to you for some of them golfing lessons, lad. But big yourself up, my man. I will warn you, I've never swung a golf club in my life. So, you've got your work cut out there. Truth Sets You Free, but big yourself up, man. But sorry, Isam, back to you, my man.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. Truth Sets Free is an absolute legend, honestly. Big, he should big himself up.
Yeah,
definitely should.
One thing I did want to say is, let's not get carried away. Like, I know we're all happy, and we should be happy. We're in good form. These are games that. Leeds, they're not pushovers. Brentford, they're not pushovers as well. I mean, Norwich are sort of pushovers. But yeah, these are teams that we should be beating on paper, right? So our real challenge will come against Liverpool, West Ham, and even the Rennes game could be difficult, to be honest. They might rest some players, as some people said, but I think we're going to have to rest some players too. Brighton will also be a tough game. So this December period with a lot of fixture congestion, that's going to be a real test for us. So yeah, obviously we're all riding the high right now, but let's not get carried away. We know that these players have let us down countless times in the past before.
Yeah. I will say, you do know what channel you're on, my man. I get carried away at a 1-0 win over Colchester or something like that,
We are going to potentially do what, I do believe we are going to potentially do what, Dark Sun G said. I believe he looked at these last 5 fixtures and Dark Sun G said we will get 13 out of 15 points for this one. If we beat Brighton, that would be 13 out of those 15, which again, Dark Sun G, all of a sudden, again, just being an absolute oracle, when it comes to predicting, what things happen with Spurs. But Dark Sun G, I do remember what you said about that. I do remember what you said. We could get the 13 out of 15, which I would be quite happy with considering, what we've been used to before.
Yeah,
I think Brighton I think they're missing quite a few players, to be honest.
Duffy, Dunk, Trossard, I believe for this one.
Isn't it up to 9 players or something they could have out?
Oh, that's really 9?
Yeah, that's right.
We should turn them over then. We should definitely be turning them over. So then, yeah, if we got 13 points, that'd be amazing because we're in the top 4 race right now, which I didn't think we'd be saying, but I still think that I think United are main competitors. Like, I hate to say it, but even Arsenal are competing for that 4th spot. United seem to they're probably going to turn things around just based on how quality their squad is, and they have a top manager now. And yeah, Arsenal are always a pain. So yeah, and yeah, even Leicester maybe could turn it around, although I don't think it's gonna happen.
Seems like they're outing Brendan Rodgers at the moment. Seems like, they're not happy over there, especially
Yeah.
some of his decisions in that last match. His squad selection was a bit strange.
Yeah, honestly, with Leicester, right, without Fofana, I think they've got a massive hole in their defense.
Yeah.
Honestly, they
I
have a
agree.
massive hole in their defense. So yeah,
As well, with Brendan Rodgers, though, you look at some of the clubs he's managed, like Liverpool, Swansea and stuff, he does have his shelf life. I just don't think the players are buying into into his philosophies and that as much, because when you implement a strong fitness regime like that, unless you're going to turn over the players every couple of years, eventually your players will get sick of it. And I think that's probably been the case with maybe Brendan Rodgers at Leicester right now. And that's why you're seeing them have the season they're having.
yeah, that's probably another case of it. I mean, Leicester, they're forced to, since their defense has been weakened, I think they're forced more to defend from the front now and press harder. And I think that's really wearing down and tiring the players. So that's why I think they're really going downhill, to be honest. And
He might not have the
yeah,
personality of someone like a Jurgen Klopp or something like that either. That kind of, he seems like kind of a cold person as well, like Brendan Rodgers. So
yeah.
if they're not into the philosophy, he doesn't make up for it with that, charisma like a Conte or a Jurgen Klopp has.
Yeah. I also heard Kante, we were linked with Max Aarons. Did you guys hear about that?
Recently? Wow.
We were recently linked with Max Aarons. I saw on the We Are Tottenham TV that we were like strong contenders for him. Have you guys heard anything about that? I would love him. I think he's a class right back. But with Emerson, I don't know how true those links are.
Yeah, no, look,
He's expensive.
He's a player that we've been linked with now for the last 2-3 years. Even we've had our eye on him. He's been on the radar, a bit like Sessegnon. I wouldn't be surprised if that would happen, to be honest with you, because it is a bit like Sessegnon. It wasn't what the manager wanted, but they've had their eye on him for a while, and Max Aarons could be the case going forward. I think the chap has a lot of skill. Defensively, a bit to work on, but that's why Conte's there. So I'd say if he came in, Conte would definitely get a tune out of him. And look, you need 2 players for every position. So I mean, he'd run Emerson, which is what you need.
Yeah.
You don't want Emerson coming here, starting off well, and then getting comfortable and knowing that regardless of what he does on the training pitch or what he does on the football pitch on a Saturday or a Sunday, that he's going to get picked regardless. So maybe Max Aarons coming in. It's good because every squad needs competition. You need 2 players for every position, chomping at the bit to play. And when they get their chance, they take it and keep the other lad out, vice versa, because that's how you end up winning things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's what happened with Aurier. He had no competition, so he could just slag off.
Just do Aurier things.
He was a bad egg
and then
as well, though. He was a real bad egg in the dressing room.
Yeah, and then when we brought in Doherty, his form actually did go up a bit, but then when it went back down, and then Doherty got a run of games, and then we found out Doherty wasn't really the player that we needed him to be. Aurier was back in, and he knew no one was going to challenge for his spot. So honestly, I'd love Max Aarons to come in. I think he's a class player. He's really young as well, so he can improve. We were also linked with Barella. I just don't see that happening, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, it's like kind of like me being linked with Beyonce when you think about it, at the end of the day, like it is just, it's a bit kind of crazy. Of course I'd take it, I'm very flattered by, that sort of link, but it's a bit out of our league. Like I said before, I mean, let me know what you think of Barella, is on, is he, I believe he's actually in his position, that Met Salah kind of role that kind of box to box midfielder. I feel like he's not even kidding. One of the best midfielders in the world.
Yeah, I think he's world class. I don't say that lightly. He's a world class player, and he just extended his contract as well. And I think that next season there's been rumors of him being given the captain's armband at Inter. So I really don't see him leaving at all to join us. Who knows? Maybe Conte can pull him, but I just don't see it happening. Like some players I do see happening are Kulusevski and Vlahovic. Those are two players that I could see happening.
I'd love to take Kulusevski away from the scum. That would be brilliant.
There's a great chance. There's a great chance of getting him. He's at Juve. I mean, Paratici was at Juve. And for me, I think, look, there's every opportunity we can get him. I mean, we didn't think we'd get Romero on the sort of deal we did. We got him. We didn't think we'd get Emerson. We got him. So I think there's every chance we can get Kulusevski, but I think with him, they're looking at bringing him in on a loan anyway for between January and the end of the season. And I think it's a smooth move because the last thing you want to do is, look, I like the guy. I've seen him with Sweden as well. I think he's a huge prospect. I think he's a very, very good player. I really like what he's about. And look, I think he's 6'2" as well. He's well able to handle himself in the Premier League. But rather than go and sink 40, 50 million, which I think it would probably cost to buy him, I'd rather bring him in on a loan, make sure he performs, and then spend the money. So, I mean, it'd be smart business if we done that, I think.
Yeah, to be honest, if the best case scenario would be if we brought him in on a loan deal in January with an option to buy, and how you're saying he would cost 40, 50 million, I think Juventus are willing to let him go for way less than that. He's not getting the playing time he wants, and they're very desperate for cash at the moment. So I could honestly see him being sold for 25 million pounds. I'm being serious.
Yeah,
I think so. I don't think he would be sold that cheaply.
Really?
I think he might because Weston McKennie's being rumored for around that now, at the moment, and Weston McKennie just moved there for something like 30 million pounds when you think about it. And supposedly what the issue is that I think what Massimo Allegri at this stage is that he just has his players that supposedly he's satisfied with, and there are a lot of players that he doesn't rate. And Kulusevski's on the top of that list right now in terms of players that he just doesn't like and he doesn't want to use. So if you have someone like that just isn't used and isn't happy, I mean, you got to, at some stage, you got to get him out. I mean, you can't just pay those wages and, when he's not going to be used at all. So, David, I think actually 25 million is actually quite fair.
I just don't see them letting him go for 25. Look, he's a prospect. He's a prodigy. I mean, let's be honest. There ain't no rush to get him into the team. I mean, he still has a couple of years to buy his way in. You know what I mean?
Probably true. They would probably sack Allegri then in order to do that because, like I said, Allegri verbatim has said he doesn't like him.
Yeah, they are strapped for cash is the thing. They need money. They're desperate, Juventus.
Yeah, for the court fees as well.
Yeah, and the financial fair play stuff that they do need the money. So I could see them letting a lot of their players go, like Rodrigo Bentancur, the Uruguayan defensive mid. I could see them letting him go as well for really cheap. And yeah, I saw Fabrizio Romano. He posted that Fiorentina wants 70 million euros for Vlahovic in the winter. I know that Levy would never stump up that amount in the winter, but let's say in the summer, we could get him for that price. Like, would that be worth it? Do you think, or should we just go for him in the winter? Like, what are your guys' thoughts on that? I just wanted to know.
Look, me quickly.
Yeah, David, you go first.
Just quickly. Look, whatever he's worth, I would pay it. To be honest, if they want 60, I think it was 60 million pounds I seen today. If they want 60 million pounds this January, stump it up, because this guy is, apart from Haaland, this guy I reckon would be one of the best strikers in and around world football for years to come. So for me, I think it'd be smart investment buying him now rather than him end up what Haaland ended up being, because I mean, people can say Vlahovic is a one-season wonder. He's just not. You look at his goal-scoring record, he's not a one-season wonder. And for me, in about 2-3 years' time, you're not going to be able to buy him. It's like Haaland. You will not have the money to afford him unless he runs down his contract and decides to move elsewhere. So for me, I would thrash it out now, because if not, you're going to see all the top clubs around Europe fighting for this guy. I mean, Real Madrid would be looking for someone. Barcelona would be looking for someone. We're looking for someone. It wouldn't surprise me. Well, Chelsea maybe not. Arsenal probably be looking for someone.
Man City.
You know what I mean? So you're talking about maybe Bayern as well as a long-term replacement for Lewandowski. So you're talking about all the top clubs around Europe looking for the next best team. So me, right now, to get ahead of the game, I would splash cash.
So are you saying winter or summer?
I'd splash this winter if we had it. I mean, look, I want to get back to top 4 as soon as possible. I want to compete. I want to win trophies. If I had the money this summer, I'd be paying it. Or this winter, this winter.
Yeah. I think we also need like a backup for Kane. Someone that could, but Vlahovic is more than a backup. He could challenge Kane as well.
Yeah, 100%. And look, you know, like I said, you need 2 players for every position. You need 2 players for every position. I mean, you have the option then as well. If you start Kane and it's not working out, you can take Kane off and bring on Vlahovic, and you know what I mean? So you have them options, and that's what we need. I mean, we haven't, look, Llorente was a good back, but you know, that only lasted for so long. But what you do want is you want someone to come in and compete, you know, and I think the player that does come in and compete, you should get behind because he has the cojones to do it.
I really agree. Just quickly, I would say, like, Vlahovic, you kind of think about it like last season, people called him a one-season wonder. This season, he's definitely proved that wrong. You could look at Haaland's projection, right? He had that great season at RB Salzburg, was looking like the hottest prospect in all of Europe. People were thinking, oh, maybe a bit of a one-season kind of guy. Maybe it's the Austrian league, you know, yada, yada. He goes to Dortmund, continues to do what he was doing already. In fact, now you look at him, it's almost like just too late. It's just way too late, where only the top clubs can now do Haaland. You maybe don't want to fall into that same trap with Vlahovic, because if you wait till this summer, I feel like he will be going to the biggest clubs, especially I feel like because that price, if I'm not, maybe I'm wrong, is on, but I feel like it goes down to like 40 million or something like that if it's in the summer. But like you said, in the winter, it's more like a 70 million. I think you just fork it up, you know, give the 70 million in the winter, because then you can kind of beat all those clubs like a Real Madrid's, like a Man City's, like a Bayern, that maybe would try to compete for that guy's signature in the summer. Kind of like the Kessié situation, like the Brozovic situation. We know that we can't compete with those kind of clubs when they're looking at them. So might as well just get them early. You know, you got to pay more money for it, but just get them early. And then that way, you know, you just get them now before other clubs are sniffing around.
Yeah.
No, sorry, go on.
You can go ahead. No,
go on.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say how you were talking about Haaland, like him performing at Salzburg, or people are like, we're doubting him then. I think the same thing is happening with Karim Adeyemi, to be honest.
Whoa.
That guy's a huge baller. And honestly, if we can't get Vlahovic, I think we should go for him. And if we can't get Adeyemi, I think Alexander Isak would be another really good option.
I love him.
Yeah.
I love his size. I love his power. He's skillful, and he's just trouble. I mean, I've watched him for Sweden. I've watched him. I think it's Real Sociedad. I always get these Spanish clubs mixed up. It's Real Sociedad.
Yeah, it's.
And for me, I really like what he's about. I really like him. I mean, look, what's probably stopped him from being at a top club right now, in my belief, is maybe he could be better at finishing. Look, me personally, with Sweden, I've seen him more play out around.
No.
Oh, David, you're lagging a bit.
Oh.
You hear me?
You're just lagging a little bit, David.
Yeah, he's lagging a bit. Real Sociedad, like David was, maybe I'll just finish up on it. Real Sociedad are really just like, the reason probably is like maybe just because they're kind of a club that want that big fee. If they're going to get rid of those top talents, they're not going to really ever replace those talents. So they probably just wait for that big, huge fee. The Truth Sets Free saying, big up his on Con. What a smart lad / legend. Next, Kuva is a legend. And lastly, Phil Lattis is a legend and should be more should be on more shows like Weird Time TV, in my opinion. It's a great talent scout. Philetus, and seriously though, Isan, I mean, biggest compliments from Truth Sets Free. You know, he's a talent scout himself of the Harris Army. He's saying you're following in the footsteps.
Oh, I mean, thanks a lot. You're a legend yourself. Truth Sets Free. So big yourself up.
Big up, Truth. And honestly, you know, it's coming from the talent scout himself, Truth. Like where your head's at. I really like Isan. At some point, you know, I really want to be able to kind of vibe with him on some sort of, you know, maybe transfer discussion at some rate. When I kind of get back into the flow of things on that channel, I'll be hitting you up, Isan. Looking forward to it, brother. But Truth, I think you got a good eye for talent, my man. You got a good eye for talent, brother. Really do appreciate you as always, though, my man. Really do appreciate you. And to bottom Duda saying Barella was a great talent already before Conte came in, and then Conte turned him into a machine. Realistically, Fofana, I think his name's like Sako Fofana or something like that, from Lens. Would be an okay addition. He has been really good. I like where your head is at, to bottom dude. And I would say this is kind of like, you know, this is why I'm pretty sure you might be subscribed over to the second channel. But if you're not, I would just say you got to go over to the second channel, because before we even were considering these more top-notch players like Barella, that's what I was doing over there. I was trying to find, you know, these players that, you know, no one else was looking at, these players that would cost, you know, nothing at all, you know, to bring in, that would actually be sort of like a Barella kind of players that, you know, maybe kind of finding players where no one else could find them. So to be honest, especially that one stream I did with Darius to bottom Duda, it literally was a transfer on January transfer window, summer transfer window on a Levy budget. So, I mean, no better stream for you by the looks of it. But to bottom Duda, I could not agree more. But I mean, I believe, you know, Lens, they had that 1-1 draw with PSG, and I believe he was the scorer, actually. Fofana was is on. So, I mean, you heard of the guy. He's a very niche player, so I'm not expecting it.
I think he's a 26-year-old.
Whoa, right? There you are.
Yeah, I have heard of him, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know a lot about him.
I don't really either, apart from I've heard his name saying he's having a good season.
Yeah, if he has the skills to play, then I'll take him. Some other names that I was looking at: Pedro Gonçalves and Julian Alvarez. Yeah, yo,
man after my own heart there.
Alvarez, yo, that guy. I'm serious. That guy looks like the next Aguero. His skills are really something to behold. He's two-footed. His shots from outside the box are insane. He has really smart dribbling. I think he has like 13 assists this season and like 12 goals. Yeah, that guy's going off.
I love it, actually. A man after my own heart, because that's what I kind of related him to, was more of a Julian Alvarez, and then as well as Pedro Gonçalves. For a long time, I just have loved that guy. Like, I've been tooting his horn, because I feel like he's class. And I think he's, you know, we were kind of raving about Venetia scoring like whatever it was, like 17 goals in like Liga NOS one season, when this guy, you know, scored 23 on his own, you know, for a Sporting side. So Pedro Gonçalves, everybody remember the name. He also defeated Dortmund by himself. He defeated Dortmund by himself as well, Pedro Gonçalves, and had an absolute banger outside the box. So Pedro Gonçalves, just remember the name. To bottom Duda, I don't need to tell you that, though, my man. I don't need to tell you about him, because I can tell you have a brilliant football brain. But big yourself up. Really appreciate all the support, though, to bottom. Really do, Mr. Duda. The Truth Sets Free says we are linked with injury-prone Ousmane Dembele. Maybe last question is on before I get to Dermot, who's going to be our last guest of the evening. Ousmane Dembele, I feel like in his time, like when he's fit, when he's ready, he is still a great player, but I don't know, it seems a bit risky considering the wages and the fee.
The thing with Ousmane Dembele, I do rate him as a player, like just like Julian Alvarez. He's amazing with both feet. He's really skillful. Thomas Tuchel said he was the most talented player, or one of the most talented players he's ever worked with, and you know, who are we to question Tuchel? But with Ousmane Dembele, I don't think it's happening. I just think his agents are using Tottenham to get him a bigger deal, to be honest. I just don't see us going in for him, considering his injury issues and gigantic wage demands. I just don't see it happening. It was just like Ile Mariba from Barcelona. how we were linked with him. He had huge wage demands. I don't. I think his agents are just using our name to get him a bigger deal. To be honest, I would take him. To be
Great
honest,
insight.
on a free. Yeah, I would take him, but I just don't think that he actually has any interest playing for us.
Great insight, actually, Hassan. Great insight, actually. Really love that answer. Hopefully that's satisfactory to you, Truth Sets Free. Personally, I couldn't say it actually better myself than Hassan. So, Truth Sets Free, that's your answer, my brother. And honestly, like I said, I could not have put it in fewer, more efficient words than him. Debatab Duda saying, if no one is coming, we have Giovanni Simeone as potential target. You know, Diego Simeone's son, the resemblance is just there when you look at him. He originally was at Fiorentina. I believe now it's like Venezia or Verona. I think it's Verona. He's at, it's one of the teams with the V in Syria.
He's at Hellas Verona. I'm pretty sure. I think he's at Hellas Verona.
I think he's supposedly doing quite well actually over there, and he actually had a good spell over at Fiorentina as well. And then he kind of fell off the pedestal. But you know, he's had moments of brilliance. If you're really looking for that backup striker, not that striker that competes with Kane, but that backup striker, I actually think Giovanni Simeone would be actually not a bad shout. Actually, would not be a bad shout. Would he really compete with Kane? Hard to say, but he actually offers something a bit different. He also he'd be kind of like, I don't know. I think he's a bit similar to like a Luka Jovic, I would say. Giovanni Simeone, kind of small, stocky, a bit more, clever with his movement than maybe, than the eye kind of shows. I've actually liked him for some time. He's had decent performances that I've been witness to. But I think he just moved to Hellas Verona. So, you're kind of cashing in on, one decent season from him. So it'd be a bit interesting, Duda. But I like where your head's at, my man. I can tell you got a brilliant football brain. But Ihsan, any last final words, like any, words of wisdom? You've absolutely smashed it yet again, my man. But any final words for the Harris Army?
Yeah. All I want to say, Conte in, Paratici in.
Love it.
Levy out, Enoch out.
Love it.
Let's just stay positive this season. Let's back our team no matter what. Let's back Conte. Let's not blame the manager. We know the manager's not the issue at our club.
Yeah.
So yeah. And honestly, I'm just waiting for the winter window, the summer window to see the squad we have. And if the money is spent, we could be looking at a really nice season. And even this season, we can have a good season. Top 4 is on. The Conference League is on. We can still win the FA Cup. We can still win the Carabao Cup. So those are those are 3 trophies we could win. We can get Champions League football. At the very least, I think we'll get Europa League football. There's a lot. Our team is looking up. The club is looking up. And it's our responsibility as fans to back the team, to support the team. So yeah. Come on, you Spurs. Let's back
preach. Absolute preach, Ihsan. Absolute preach, my man. Absolute preach. Well said, brother. Well said, actually. Honestly, you smashed it tonight. David, any, well wishes to Ihsan? As per usual, he's absolutely smashed it. But I think we're going to move on to Dermot for the final one after this. But Ihsan, honestly, preach, my man. Absolute preach.
And Ihsan, you enjoy the game over Christmas, my man. You enjoy yourself when you get over there to the UK. And spend time with the brother you haven't seen in a while. I mean, family's absolutely everything. So you go over and enjoy yourself and keep smashing life, my man.
All right, you too. See you guys. Thanks for having me,
brother. Well said, my man. In Conte we trust. Big up, brother.
In Conte we trust.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well done, brother. Seriously, Dave. He actually at the end, I don't know if you caught it, but he had a fantastic, final words for the Harris Army. So he absolutely smashed it. So he did. But the Truth Sets Free says with another super chat here, he said I think he's talking about Giovanni Simeone, saying he was solid at Cagliari. He won't score in the Prem. I'm not too aware of his days at Cagliari. I'm more aware of his days at Fiorentina, and then now his days over at Hellas Verona. Giovanni Simeone. So, if I feel like I kind of agree with the Truth Sets Free, it's just more that kind of like. It would be somewhat like a Vinicius signing. I think he'd be better than Vinicius, but it would be kind of like a Vinicius signing where it's just nothing that actually competes with Kane, nothing that actually challenges Kane in terms of quality, a bit of a journeyman, if you ask me. So, it's a bit tough, but I like where Duda's head is at. And honestly, Duda as well. clearly, I mean, you would have loved that stream that Darius and I did on, trying to fix, the squad under Levy budget, because some of those suggestions that you brought up are absolutely class. But True Sets Free, as always, love that, love that info, man of the Serie A. Clearly, True Sets Free.
Any
Big yourself
relation
up.
to Diego Simeone?
He is Diego Simeone's son.
Yeah.
The resemblance. If you ever see his picture, Dave, you'll see the resemblance.
No. I know who Diego Simeone's son is. I mean, I've been like, I don't know. I just have this thing. I like seeing what pros I like watching, and do they have sons and family and that in the game? So I'm well up to date with who's in the game and who's not with when it comes to ex-pros.
Yep, Giovanni Simeone, Dave. Remember the name. But someone whose also name you should absolutely remember is the Tottenham Tantrum Gold. Dermot in the building, the last guest of the evening. Dermot, how are you keeping, brother? And also, clearly, you've mustered up a bit of strength. I'm really sorry that you've actually come under the weather a bit, brother.
It was actually watching Sean give him the second wind. I wanted to get on.
Gave you a second wave.
It did. I thought that was brilliant. Honestly, all the previous guests have been brilliant, but Sean was absolutely brilliant. I watched it on my phone, like going, "You're not fucking right, no, you're not right." I could see Dave trying to win his argument. It was the most funniest thing I've watched in a long time. It was like
trying to win. I did win.
Yeah, of course you won, David. And poor old Jack, he was sitting there. I don't think he knew what to do with himself.
It's kind of the whole time I was like, maybe I should rent them a room, Dermot.
I was thinking the same thing, actually. Oh Lord!
But I mean, do you want to talk? You want to touch on that debate, Dermot? You can reopen that, or do you want to talk about Norwich?
Are you sure you won't get too bored now, Jacko?
Maybe be a little bit less heated.
Firstly, I want to congratulate you both on 5K. I think it's an amazing achievement to the Perrier. Basically, I wanted to come on just to say thank you from all of us for you two. Because you've done a lot for us during the pandemic, including myself, and you've done everything for us, like with my channel and other channels, and you deserve all the success you get for now and in the future. You're an inspiration not just to myself but to all of us, and the pair of you are a proper gentleman, and all the credit should go to the pair of you, because you're absolute gents, the pair of you. So. Just wanted to say that Very first.
Nice. Very nice.
The Norwich game, brilliant. What saw of it? Phil was sending me videos from the game, which was really handy because we couldn't watch it. I thought we're a brilliant in Norwich. The first goal, I mean, that was something out of the Brazilian handbook. That was. It really was. You thought it was a great Brazilian side of 82 scoring that goal. Like Socrates, Zico, and him banging it in. It was brilliant. Absolutely great performance. And I think we're on the turn now. We'll beat Brighton. And I think we'll beat Rennes and we'll beat Brighton. I think we're top fours in our hands. We're going for it. And I think we'll, as Kuba keeps saying, we're going to win the quadruple, and we are going to win the quadruple. We want every trophy we can get because we're a greedy bunch. For what Sean said earlier, I didn't agree with some of the things he was saying. Levy haven't backed us. You're right when you said Liverpool have put their own money into the club. So has Chelsea put their own money. We haven't.
I know, Dermot. I went and done all the research last week.
It's not. It's our owners are not in debt. It's the club that's in debt. It's the same thing happened with us under Scholar. He wasn't in debt. He put the club into debt. And it's a very dangerous line you walk along, because if it could either go one way or the other. If there's a massive recession and the banks call in the loans, who's going to pay the money back? Joe Lewis and Levy going to do it? Probably not. No.
I fully agree with you. And I actually think I said something similar to that on like Kinnicky asked me a couple of weeks ago when we were going through the finance. Like, you look at the way the world is now, the finances and everything else like that. The banks could recall loans like that. I mean, and ultimately, I know people are going to say there's contracts, this, that, and the other. I mean, from my experience, especially with the bank bailouts over here, Dermot, I mean, none of that really exists. The banks want their money, they'll get their money, and that's it. And for me, I agree with you. And as well. Like the thing is, when they leave, the debt is still on Tottenham. It's not on
Yeah, it
them.
is.
So I mean, they're you know, I just I don't know. I just don't agree with it.
You look at Scholar. It was only 8 million. We had to sell Gaza to pay that debt, and it wasn't for Alan Sugar. And that's my point. You can criticise Alan Sugar all you want, but we wouldn't have a football club, and we wouldn't be talking about football club if it wasn't for Alan Sugar.
Mm.
So you have to give the man credit where credit's due.
Oh yeah,
And he did back every manager. Now, I grant you, some of the managers were a bit of head scratchers. I mean, Christian Gross is the biggest head scratcher of the lot. I mean, he's sitting there showing his travel card at his press conference, and the look in Sugar's face was, "What the hell have I done here?" I mean, he's sitting there so excited about going on the tube. I mean, it's the most funny thing you can watch. Levy, it was like he took over, he sacked George Graham. He did the same thing before semi-final of the FA Cup, brought in Glenn Hoddle to appease the fans. He sacked Poch after a Champions League final, bringing Mourinho for his own randy thoughts. Then he sacked Mourinho 6 days before a cup final. You know, what's he trying to do? Does he not want us to win anything?
Mm.
Is that his plan all the way along?
Mm.
You know, does he think it was lucky we won a cup in 2008? We're Tottenham Hotspur. We're the biggest club in England, not a little club. And the sooner he gets that into his bald, thick skull, the better we'll all be. Because if he doesn't give money to Conte to spend in January, I will go there myself with a pitchfork and stick it up his hairy hole.
That's
and make him
Brian
spend the
Daigle
money
flight
on
is going to
myself.
be. That's what me and Brian Daigle are going to be doing. You know, that's going to be our carry-ons, or the pitchforks and torches.
Well, I think Joe Lewis is a bit too deluded or de-alley to spend any money. I don't think he knows what he's doing, bless him. It's just we've got the funniest owners. It's like the two Ronnies, or Morecambe and Wise that's running our club, Levy and Lewis. Honest to God, them two are head cases. But we'll be back. We're coming, and we're coming back, and we're going to win. And I'm waffling because I'm tired, and I shouldn't have really come on, but I had to come on. This is like a drug. I have to come on every Monday to get my fix. I'm sitting there shaking up. I have to come on.
No, you got to see the therapist. You got to see the therapist.
Yeah, it's my weekly therapist. But I'm waffling. So listen, lads, thank you for everything.
No, are you sure you don't want to talk about a few more, Dermot? You got plenty of time, man.
What do you guys? I mean, I asked you two a question. I asked this question on my own channel. I asked you two. Do you think if we went out of the Conference League, would it be a bad thing for us?
Say that again. Say that again.
If we went out of the Conference League on Thursday, would it be the biggest disaster because of where we got on the league and the 2 cups coming up? Would it actually be the biggest disaster for us? Or would it be a blessing in disguise?
It would. And Dermot, look, for me, I think the only reason why this question has come about is because players didn't do their job in games where they should have won. And for me, I just think by saying I don't think it would be a disaster. I think it's just giving them players an excuse, to be honest with you. I mean, look, when we qualified for this last year, everyone was talking about how much of a Mickey Mouse Cup it was, taking the piss out of it. I mean, if we go out of it, I mean, it's an absolute disaster. I mean, even our own fans were taking the piss out of the cup. You know, you come out of this, it's an absolute disaster. Let's be honest, we should already be qualified out of the group and walking towards the final right now. Especially with some of the teams we've had. You're talking about Vitesse Arnhem, who, I mean, aren't in most people's mouth when it comes from Holland. You're talking about NS Mura, who nobody's ever heard of until this season. And you're talking about Rennes. Okay, yeah, they're decent enough, but I mean, they're no great shakes from France, are they? You know what I mean? Maybe this year, they're in second, but when it comes from France, you're usually talking about PSG, Lyon, things like that. I mean, so for me, I think it would be an absolute disaster if we went out of this.
Jack? I feel like, you know, it's our best route to the Europa League. I still feel that way. I really do. Like, I feel like it'd be easier to get into the Europa League via the Europa Conference League than it would be, you know, for the FA Cup, than it would be, you know, to finish, what is it, 5th or 6th, you know, as well. Like, I think genuinely, like, you think about it, just win the Europa League or Europa Conference League, you're into the Europa League at least.
Yeah. I mean, with Nuno in charge, I would agree. But with Conte now in charge, I'm sort of thinking You know, we can fight for top four, we can fight for the Champions League, and we can fight for the League Cup and the FA Cup. I think David is right. We should have already qualified, but I don't think the players were up for it either. I think the players went in with the mentality of, "Oh, this is only a little league European trophy. This is not the Europa League or the Champions League."
Yeah.
So a lot of that filters down from the chairman to the manager to the players. So I think a lot of it has to be mental mindset. And there was something I read somewhere that Conte doesn't tell the players when training is. So he only tells them at midnight before what time training is the next day. There's a lot of players of.
Let me ask you a question on that, Dermot. Do you think that that's only something Conte is doing at Tottenham because he knows that we have players who couldn't care less and they're off swanning about doing what they want to do and coming back just in time for training? Or do you think, or do you think it's something that he's always done throughout?
I do. I think it is. I think he's doing that to players because he knows some of them don't give a shit. Non-Belly doesn't care. Dele doesn't care. He's sitting there with his Iron Man helmet on, thinking he's Tony Stark.
Is that where that helmet's from? Is it?
Iron Man. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You've got Non-Belly dreaming about McDonald's and Burger King and KFC at night. You know, you've got Harry Winks trying to pass the ball go forward, but he keeps going sideways because you can't walk forward. Them players don't give a shit about our club.
Yeah.
Never have done, never will do. You know, and he's got to bring players in January and in the summer that players that care for a club. You know, I've actually, you got the likes of Steve Perriman. I mean, I'll call you two Hoddle and Waddle, and I'll stick by that. As long as you don't sing Diamond Lights, I'm happy. Please just don't sing that because that's just awful. Bless them. But like you got Perriman, Hoddle, Waddle, Galvin, Houghton, Chris Houghton, you know, the left back. You've got Steve Archibald, you've got Jimmy Greaves, you've got all these great players from the 60s going upwards that cared for the club. Bill Nick cared for the club. Keith Birkinshaw cared for the club. You know, it says a lot that Steve Perriman is our most successful player for winning trophies in the whole history of Tottenham. Yeah. And he's been retired since the 80s. You know, he lifted more trophies than Ledley King, Judas put together. Even Gary Mabbutt's won more.
You can't put Ledley King and Judas together. Judas is a Judas. Ledley King is a cult hero, lad.
Yeah. Well, Cooper wants to do this debate. Why did Judas leave? Was he right to leave? So me and Phil are just letting him on his own with that. We'd have nothing to do with it.
I mean, look, it'd be interesting to tune in for, but I mean, that's only going one way, isn't it?
It is. I'm hiding behind the sofa when that happens.
I think I'll be doing the same. I'll be tuning in with one eye open.
But no, the point I'm making, all these players have won stuff. And the players like Dele and that are ruining the reputation of them great players because they're dragging Tottenham's name through the mud. So when is the owners or anyone going to wake up and smell the coffee? As fans, we can. But why won't they? And it pisses me off. It pisses me off that they do this and they get away with it. There's no fines in place. There's nothing in place for these players to do what they want. So why is that? What if they got over Levy? What if they got over Hitchin?
Do you know what? I don't think it's having anything over them. I mean, we just know where he's not going to sell unless he gets the value he wants. And I mean, most other clubs are not going to be suckered into giving the value back for some of these players because they know what they're like. So, I mean, but look, we have to stick with it because, I mean, it's our fault that these were brought to the club. So we have to stick with these players rather than just, look, you know, football's a ruthless business. Take the loss. Sell them on. It's not their money they spent bringing in these players anyway. So I mean, if it's not their money, take the loss and sell them on.
It's just I'm just glad Conte's there now because Conte will weed out the bad eggs and get them out because Nuno wasn't strong enough. He's just a garden gnome that stood in stood in the garden centre every weekend.
Yeah, still standing
You know.
there in Woody's Dermot.
He is. I mean, the sales for Garden Gnomes have actually gone down since Nuno left our club, which is actually sad for them. But he had no faith. Mason couldn't. Mason was just a yes man. Bless him. And Mourinho really couldn't give a shit because he was just there for the payoff. The other one who did care was Pochettino, and he got rid of him. So Levy's track record of managers is not good. So
yeah,
but that's enough me waffling because you two need your beds.
No.
You've been on for over 4 hours. God love you.
Dermot, we know who waffles. Dermot, we all know who waffles at the end of the day. It's somebody that still needs to do his homework. It's somebody that, his homework is due a little bit late. Dermot, I wouldn't put waffling and you near even the same universe. Seriously, don't do that to yourself. We absolutely love what you have to say. I just want to get your final thoughts, maybe, Dermot, on maybe, potentially what do you make quickly on, just for a bit of light humor here. Ben Davies, somebody that I've been ripping on for a long time. You probably were on one of those watch alongs even where I was ripping into the guy. I mean, what do you make of this rejuvenation?
What did they give him? Did they give him a little tablet or something? I don't know. Is that Ben Davies or did they morph? Did they morph him into somebody else?
Do you know what, Dermot? Conte actually reckons it's the position. If he was to play centre back, he doesn't trust him. Playing left back, he won't trust him. But left centre back, whatever it is about the position, it suits him.
I think Alex will be smiling somewhere. Alex Davis will be smiling somewhere. It's just Winston Deli. It's just Winston Deli Ali letting him down. Bless him.
Well, I mean, it's not porn on his tablet past midnight. It's clips of Ben Davies. It's true. It's clips of Ben Davies winning head, you know what I mean, defending. But what I will say is Jack, look, I heard you say about the criticism, but I mean, up until now, I mean, rightly so. Let's not get this construed around.
Yeah, the guy was criticizing the pitch.
Yeah, rightly so criticised. I mean, managers come in and got something out, but it still doesn't hide away from where has it been for the last 3. You know what I mean? So rightly so criticised.
I'm still convinced Conte's got a torture chamber in that dressing room. And that's what's up with them. They're scared. And they've got the hitman sitting in the corner.
I'm telling you, it's that big ball lad that we keep seeing with the substitutions board. That's what it is. I'm telling you.
We were doing the watch along, and he stands behind the players. He was standing behind the whole line of players. And also, he's the first one to greet them when they get subbed off. He's the first one to greet them when they get subbed off. And then he stares off into the distance after they get subbed off.
You ever watch Conte Can, right? You watch him and he's there. And he's sort of... And you can see Dele Alli's right in front of him. You can see him going... Oh, shit. Oh, God.
Do you know what that ball guy reminds me of, Dermot? I would not be surprised if Dele looked out his garden and seen that guy sitting in a tree, honestly, at 3 o'clock in the morning. It would not surprise me, lad. Keeping an eye on Dele. Honestly, I think this is what this guy's brought in for. You know what I mean? You see Tanguy and Ndombele go to drive through a late drive-through at McDonald's, and you just have that guy standing there in the middle of the drive-through, just appears out of nowhere. I mean, he's honest.
Slender man.
He's there.
I swear that's why he bought the Iron Man helmet for. So
That's so funny. I bet honestly, Dave. I bet he's actually, when even Galini and Dele, when they got on that flight, over to Paris, he probably was the guy that sat between them on that flight. When you think about it, he just said, "Where are you guys going?"
He's holding on to the wing with goggles on to protect his eyes from the wind. He's holding on to the wing, looking in at them.
There's another bugger that needs to go. Galini. He couldn't catch a banana if it was chopped him. Seriously.
You can't even catch COVID, I guess, is what people are saying.
I mean, for that second goal against, for the game we shall not mention, I mean, he was at fault for 2 of the goals. I mean, I don't know how many games left he's got on this that we have to pay money for him. Somebody needs to tell Conte to leave him out completely.
Yeah.
But, oh, Lord. Oh, jeez. That ball fella, he reminds me of the hitman out of the games on the Xbox, honest to God. I was looking for the barcode. That's what I was looking for the first time. I said, okay, where's the barcode now?
I love that. He is the hitman.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know.
But Dermot,
listen,
before we let you off, my man, plug your channel.
give it a big plug.
Well, you can find me on Twitter first at Tottenham Tantrum, but you can also find me on Tottenham Tantrum Gold with Kuvan, the Flat Cap 99, as I've nicknamed him now, and Phil Letiz. We do old games, debates, everything. We're just four middle-aged men just talking about Tottenham's past, having a laugh, not taking anything too seriously. But I want to thank everyone that has subscribed. We're all very humbled by it. I mean, we're nearly 130 subscribers now, and we're very, 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 very humbled by it. And again, it's thanks to you two, because I wouldn't be here where I am if it wasn't for you two. And I'll say it and say it again: you're the mothership for Tottenham Tantrum Gold.
Are we up to 100? Are we up over 130 now?
Yeah.
Come on, boys!
Yeah.
Come on!
I have to plug Jack here, because when I started this whole thing, I asked Jack for a name, and Jack was the first one that came up with Tottenham Tantrum. So
wow,
Jack
I always thought that was you, Dermot.
No. Me and Jack were talking one night, and we were talking about plugging the Twitter page, and I couldn't think what to put with Tottenham, and Jack came up with Tantrum.
No.
So big up to Jack. Jack
it does roll off the tongue. You know, I feel like you guys don't have enough tantrums over there because you guys go over the glory days. But, you know, it is, you know, maybe, I don't know, it's fitting. It does fit, but and it rolls off the tongue.
We want the pair of you on the show one day for one match of your choice.
I will get there.
Yeah. And you know who I've been talking to. And I spoke to him today again. And Cooper had to calm me down with about 3 minutes to go because I was sort of up and down left and right. So we've got a few big things coming up after Christmas. We've got me and Cooper do a show in the morning with Ben Kaufman. That's just brilliant. That's just a load of fun. And we've had fun with that. We're going to do, we're looking to do debates on one on dementia and footballers and why the PFA and Football Association are not doing, because you look at the likes of Bobby Charlton, our own Big Jack.
Topic.
Dennis Law, another great striker, Scottish striker, and why the FAO, the PFA are not looking after, and why is it not been looked at for years, and also a few other things that are close to my heart and the lads' heart, and we're doing one on autism and ADHD as well, because I am one myself, so we're going to look at that as well, bring more names like to that, and just plenty of games and light-hearted chat, and we're going to do one on, we're going to rate the managers under Levy and Nick. So we're going to do that. So you two are definitely coming on for that one, because I'm going to love your input on that, because that's going to be a class one to do. And then we're doing different things like your best all-time 11 from certain decades. So yeah, we've got plenty coming up, but big up Cooper, he's been brilliant, and Phil as well. Both been my co-hosts are absolute legends, and so so thank you very much, and thank you for everyone who subscribed, and it's very humbling, but we all appreciate it so much. And David and Jack, again, thank you for all your support and help. I wouldn't be here without you two, so thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Honestly, you don't need to thank us, man. At the end of the day, it's the hard work that you're putting in that's paying off. So, you know what I mean? You Kuva and Phil, I mean, look, we love you having on here, having you on here. I mean, it's no secret. I mean, so the three is getting together kind of makes sense, to be honest with you. I think, look, you're only going to go one way, Dermot. So, look, beat yourself up. But, what I will say to everybody out there is get over and check out flatcapeurotalk. Jack put out a brilliant scout report there today on Tchouameni, the midfielder, the French midfielder. I think I like him. I do get over and check that out, guys, especially with the January transfer window coming up. I mean, it's your Bible. I mean, look, I'm Catholic. You know, I don't actually have a Bible in my top drawer, but most other people of an older generation do. And this is what this is going to be for you. Every morning you wake up, your phone's beside you, pull it out. Who we link with today? Go and check it on the Flat Cap Euro Talk. That's what it's all about as well. So that's two channels you need to check out, guys. It's Tottenham Tantrum Gold, Flat Cap Euro Talk. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody that's come on today and participated on the show. Absolutely brilliant. A massive thank you to Jack as well for co-hosting alongside me. And a massive thank you to everybody in the chat. A massive thank you to everybody who smashed the like button. A massive thank you to the new subscribers. And a massive thank you to the super chatters. You don't know how much it really is helping the channel. But as always, guys, we are going to end it off there. So make sure you tune back here 8 o'clock tomorrow for a cracking stream we have lined up for Mickey Hazard. And believe me, there's some cracking questions there. So you're going to get a good insight. We're going to put him through his paces. So as always, guys, come on, you Spurs. And in Conte we trust.
In Conte we trust. Leave you out.